resilient system that serves all our people. We honor the life-saving work of PEPFAR and other partners who are hopefully turning their support into stronger, more resilient health systems that would endure beyond donor funding. A primary concern is maintaining current infrastructure and systems for essential health services. When external support changes, we must ensure there is no backsliding in life-saving care. The planned special allocation, while a step in the right direction, will not fully address the scale of the need. Different provinces has varying capacities, and if a uniform approach is used, it risks leaving some communities behind. We cannot allow our hard-won progress in prevention and treatment for HIV/AIDS and TB to be reversed. This will be devastating to our people, our country, and our economy. Our health system must be strengthened through deliberate, transparent planning. Reliance on special funding measures over a long period is unsustainable. We need to ensure that predictability is the cornerstone of effective service delivery. We need a clear, accountable budget process that prioritizes health outcomes and provide communities with the certainty they deserve. The vision and implementation of quality healthcare for all remains a shared national goal, and we as the DA support that. But to achieve this requires careful, lawful, and practical steps that are sustainable over a long period. We must start with the basics, ensuring that we rebuild our current health systems, hospital and clinics, and increasing our efforts to fix our current health infrastructure and ensure training and retaining our nurses and doctors. That is the path to real universal healthcare for South Africa, not an untested, poorly designed NHI, which the department still cannot explain the funding of. As part of the solution, when we engage with international partners, our focus must remain firmly on the interests of South Africans. We should pursue relationship based on mutual respect and shared benefits. Ensure that global geopolitical dynamics do not compromise our domestic priorities. Also important is to diversify our partnership and build local capacity. These actions are essential to long-term stability and self-reliance. And self-reliance is precisely what we need. The health of South Africans cannot be dependent on the political situation of any other country. We must use every opportunity to invest in our own current health system, broken as it is. We need to train our health workers, strengthen local institutions, and ensure robust oversight. Transparency and accountability are non-negotiables. The public must see how resources are used well and what results are achieved. Chair, we cannot afford another Tembisa scandal. Tembisa has shown to what extent tenderpreneurs, criminals, and extortioners are prepared to go to make themselves vast fortunes on the back of the sick and most vulnerable in our country. Let us move forward to repair our current infrastructure and capacitate our human resources. Fund health where it matters, to build domestic capacity, to diversify our partnership, and to govern with transparency and accountability. Let us demonstrate to the rest of the world that South Africa can steward international aid in a way that's transparent, accountable, and result-driven. As a DA, we support the special appropriation bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Mkhonto.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo. Ngiyabingelela ku mkhuti wemasotsha emnotho Julius Silo Malema, buholi be EFF, nawo onke ma economic freedom fighters in South Africa and in the world. Sihlalo, as the EFF, we have consistently made it clear that we reject the continued reliance on foreign aid to ensure that all South Africans have access to quality and dignified medical services. The health and lives of our people must never be dependent on the political whims, ideological shifts, or imperial interest of foreign governments. We must all remember that this bill was necessitated because the second Hitler, the racist and warmongering Donald Trump, decided to withdraw United States funding for health programs addressing HIV and AIDS, maternal and child health, tuberculosis, and malaria. These are challenges.
Those that do not want to pull their weight must go. Initiatives like the Transnet Rail Infrastructure Manager and the new Transport Economic Regulator are welcome examples of the state facilitating private investments. However, whilst progress is visible through public-private partnership, we must remain vigilant against wasteful practices and irregular expenditure. We are faced with staggering challenges across 8 provinces, with many municipalities and metros that are in ICU. Urgent interventions are necessary to restore core services and rebuild trust in local leadership. Johannesburg loses nearly half of its water before it reaches its household, while Hammanskraal's water system on the brink of collapse. However, incoming mayors Helen Zille and Celia Brink will tackle these failures head-on and will deal with the corrupt water tanker mafias that exploit our communities. On electricity, the rampant non-payment and theft of services must stop. The DA has a plan, and yes, the DA can. Citizens are entitled to these services, and it's our duty to ensure their demands are met with urgency and accountability. Further to that, fiscal discipline and faster structural reforms will uplift living standards and generate meaningful employment. South Africa must be open for business with the East, as well as the West, as well with the countries in the middle, if they respect our Constitution and our people. 8.7 billion rand remains unspent. This is unacceptable. Every rand must go to essential services. The Education Labour Relation Council drive to eliminate ghost teachers is a great start. This should expand across all government departments and entities. We must reform CETAs, assess their relevance, and ensure skills investment translate into jobs by the private sector. We cannot afford to put 24 billion rand into entities that don't deliver. Lastly, Chair, over the weekend, the Secretary General of the ANC said that the ANC wants to nationalize the Reserve Bank and expropriate without compensation. South Africa's future should not be compromised by reckless political utterances that jeopardize the financial stabilities of this country. The independence of the central bank and the sanctity of property rights are most vital in maintaining market confidence, controlling inflation, and enabling households to access credit and build their wealth. Any attempt at expropriation without compensation or a hostile takeover of the Reserve Bank would significantly undermine credibility, provoking market responses that we cannot afford. International rating agencies closely monitoring our policy decisions, a downgrade would increase borrowing costs, hampering critical infrastructure, health, and education investments, essentially for job creation. Foreign direct investment showed a net inflow of total 11.7 billion in the first quarter of 2025. This illustrates the importance of policy certainty in attracting investments. Our debt to GDP ratio sits around 78%, and it shows a downward trajectory. Expropriation without compensation and nationalization of the Reserve Bank would destroy all the gains made under this GNU in an instant. Political instability creates an environment of increased capital cost, currency volatility, and investor flight. The DA remains committed to protecting our institutional frameworks, upholding credible monetary governance, and pursuing reforms that address energy challenges, unlock investments, and expand opportunities, all while preserving the integrity that sustains millions of South Africans. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The DA stands in support of the MTBBS and the Adjustment Appropriation Bill.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I will now recognize Honourable Moutwe.
Chair, the EFF stand firmly with the people of Venezuela who are under sustained attack by the second Hitler, the racist and warmongering Donald Trump, and the imperialist United States of America. What is unfolding against Venezuela is not diplomacy. It is economic warfare, political sabotage, and an attempt to reverse the sovereign will of a people who have chosen an independent path. We condemn in the strongest possible terms the deliberate undermining of Venezuela's sovereignty. We reject the blatant acts of imperialism against and criminality directed at that nation. We call on the people of Venezuela to continue standing tall against imperial domination and to refuse to surrender their commitment to true human development, socialism, and freedom from foreign control and coercion. The people of Cuba must also remain strong and resolute. They must not be intimidated by decades of illegal blockades, sanctions, and political harassment. The people of Brazil and Colombia must not sell out their souls of their nations to satanic warmongers and imperial agents. History will judge harshly those who betray their people for proximity to empire. This moment demands courage. This is a time for BRICS nations to move with agency, to reconfigure, consolidate, and accelerate reforms and programs that strengthen political independence and economic sovereignty. This is not a time for hesitation or appeasement. This is a time for BRICS to move decisively and finalize trade and payment systems that are not dependent on the United States dollar for international trade. Continued reliance on the dollar exposes developing economies to manipulation, sanctions, and financial blackmail. True multipolarity requires alternative systems that are controlled by the global South itself. It is for these reasons that the MTBPS tabled by the Minister of Finance is not only irrelevant, but also misplaced and incoherent. It says nothing meaningful about global geopolitical developments. It says nothing about an economy that has failed to grow by more than 1% for over a decade. It offers no serious reflection on South Africa's place in a rapidly changing global order. In fact, we must be deeply worried about the conduct of the minister if National Treasury continues to play an active role as a neo-colonial instrument whose function in post-apartheid South Africa is to please the IMF, the World Bank, and former colonial powers. Then South Africa will never play a meaningful role or progressive role within the BRICS or the broader South, global South. Honorable members, the MTBPS completely ignores the lived economic crisis facing our people. The poor and the working class are struggling daily to make ends meet. This crisis is not abstract. It is experienced in households, in communities, and in the daily survival strategies of millions of South Africans. 10 years ago, the price of a loaf of bread was just 10 rands. Today, it's sitting nearly 20 rands. This is not a marginal increase. It's a doubling of a basic necessity in a country where wages have stagnated and unemployment has deepened. 10 years ago, Chair, the price of electricity was just over 1 rand. Today is sitting at approximately 2.53 rand. This is why our people, when they buy electricity for 500 rands, it barely lasts a few days. The cost of transport, of education, and housing have all increased dramatically over the past decade. As a result, millions of our people who were previously surviving on the margins have now been pushed deeper into poverty. The MTBPS is silent on this reality. Even the misguided, inaccurate, and misleading projection of economic growth of 1.2% means absolutely nothing to our people. Growth without jobs, without redistribution, and without structural changes is meaningless. We're facing a deep crisis of joblessness in this country. There are people who want to work. They are willing and capable and ready to work, yet they cannot find employment because this economy only operates efficiently when Black people are unemployed, rendered desperate, disposable, and easy to exploit. The minister tabled the MTBPS and does not even meaningfully address the unemployment crisis. He offers no plan for job creation. When this issue is raised, it is treated as a joke. It is treated with the same arrogance displayed by Minister Gwede, who also happens to be the chairperson of the ANC, and who has previously suggested that young people are unemployed because they are lazy and unwilling to look for work. What has been presented here is nothing more than a set of assurances to the private sector, particularly the banks. It reassures them that they can continue making billions in profits. It reassures them that executives, the majority of whom are white men who benefited directly from apartheid laws, can continue paying themselves obscene salaries while crying foul about Black economic empowerment. Chair, it also assures that privatization of state-owned entities will continue. Even where outright sale is not pursued, the state is opening space for private profiteering in electricity, in ports, in harbors, in logistics, and telecommunication. The message is very clear from National Treasury that private capital must benefit even if the people suffer. The rest of society will continue to enjoy the consequences of economic crisis. Workers will pay more. Communities will receive less, inequality will deepen. As the EFF, we reject the new 3% inflation targeting framework. We're not surprised that when this policy shift was prematurely announced by the governor of the Reserve Bank, the minister objected. However, he later surrendered to pressure from Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, the IMF, and domestic banking interests. What we are witnessing is the consolidation of policies that undermine South Africa's sovereignty. This is precisely why the EFF continues to fight for state ownership of the Reserve Bank and for a fundamental change in its mandate. The Reserve Bank must prioritize full employment and development, not only price stability and currency appeasement. We reject the claim by the National Treasury that this policy shift will have only short-term negative consequences. The reality is that borrowing costs will increase further. This will hit hardest those who are already heavily indebted. It will deepen household distress and slow productive investment. We reject this policy change on its merit. We also reject the complete failure to consult Parliament and society. We reject the so-called fiscal anchor, which is nothing more than austerity dressed up in new language.
Thank you,
We reject the
Honourable
continued
Maotpe.
privatization of strategic state services.
Thank
The
you,
same
Honourable
laws
Member.
that
Your
stop
time has
state
now
and stop the
expired.
people, not facilitate profit extraction
you.
and private capital.
The Honourable Adebe.
Thank you, House Chairperson. South Africa finds itself at a critical juncture. Economic growth remains weak, unemployment, especially among the youth, is dangerously high, and millions of households are struggling with the rising cost of living. Against this backdrop, the medium-term budget policy statement must do more than restate fiscal targets. It must show how these translate into economic recovery, improved service delivery, and restored public confidence. The IFP notes the government's continued commitment to fiscal consolidation and debt stabilization. We agree that uncontrolled borrowing would undermine future development. However, fiscal discipline cannot come at the expense of frontline services such as health, education, policing, and local government, where communities experience the state most directly. Honorable members, while the medium-term budget policy statement again identifies key structural constraints to growth, energy insecurity, logistics failures, and policy uncertainty, implementation continues to lag. South Africans are not short of plans, they are short of results. We are particularly concerned about the pressure placed on provinces and municipalities, many of which are already failing to meet their constitutional obligations. Rural municipalities, including many in KwaZulu-Natal, face collapsing infrastructure, weak revenue collection, and governance failures. Without meaningful reform and capacity support, fiscal consolidation at the national level will continue to translate into service delivery crisis at the local level. The medium-term budget policy statement outlines the government's move towards a lower inflation target of 3%. While we understand the long-term objective, this shift must be carefully managed to avoid placing additional short-term pressure on households, small businesses, and employment. Strong coordination between fiscal and monetary policy will be essential to protect the poor. Turning to the adjustment appropriation bill, House Chairperson, we recognize that budget adjustments are sometimes unavoidable. However, repeated and substantial adjustments raise concerns about planning, budget credibility, and state capacity. Too often, these adjustments result from poor project planning, infrastructure underspending, and weak procurement systems rather than genuine emergencies. We are especially concerned about the recurring need for disaster relief and municipal support. While affected communities must be assisted, reactive spending cannot replace proactive investment in resilient infrastructure and capable local government. Both the medium-term budget policy statement and the adjustment budget highlight a central truth: South Africa's fiscal crisis is inseparable from its governance crisis. No fiscal framework will succeed without capable institutions, ethical leadership, and accountability for maladministration and corruption. In conclusion, the IFP supports efforts to stabilize public finances and protect the vulnerable, but insists that fiscal consolidation must go hand in hand with economic reform, improved service delivery, and stronger accountability. We will continue to engage constructively in the legislative process, guided by the interests of all South Africans, particularly those in rural and marginalized communities. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Souls.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings in the wonderful name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. When we look at this adjustments appropriation bill, as a normal South African and not as an economics lecturer, it is easy to get lost in billions and percentages. But for the mother in Danun and the father in Mossel Bay, this budget is about one thing: dignity. We saw the smoke rise over Danun and the heartbreak of the fires in Mossel Bay. And we celebrate the quick and heroic response of the GNU in the disaster locally. We do, however, note with concern that in this bill, the informal settlements upgrading partnership grant is being cut by 197 million. Scripture says the poor will always be amongst us. Therefore, as the GNU, we must never think that there is extra money that we can take away from upgrading settlements, whilst communities like Danun and others has to rise from the ashes literally. We are facing a crisis of conscience. While thousands wait for a home, millions of rands in housing funds are being sent back to the National Treasury because they weren't spent on time. And it gets worse. Whilst they take money away from permanent housing, they are arresting you in your own backyard. In areas across the country, people are receiving notices to tear down their Wendy houses because they don't have approved building plans. Let's be practical. If you are living in a Wendy house, it's not because you want to, it's because you have no other choice. Look at George, for example. In areas like Pakkelsdorp and Blanco, they made it better for the rich and more difficult for the poor. Where if you use a Wendy house for tools, you don't need a building plan. But if a human being is living in that same Wendy house, because provincial government sent the money back that was meant to build them a home, the official starts a process that ultimately results in you being moved or your Wendy house being broken down. How can we justify removing people from their only shelter when this very bill shows that 1.6 billion is being shifted in the land reform and rural development budget alone? We have the money to change our people's lives. We're also very excited to see 558 million shifted into visible policing to ensure safe streets in Menenberg, Rego Park, Eldorado Park, and other communities. Out of a 2.9 billion adjustment for home affairs, nearly half, 1.3 billion, is being used for administration only. Meanwhile, the very division responsible for securing our borders and illegal immigration is being left with a mere 42 million rand. We must stop treating the national outcry of Abahambe as an afterthought. Use this money to lock our borders, stop the flow of undocumented individuals, and ensure that every cent of the South African budget is spent on South African people first. A budget is not just a legal document, it is also a moral document. It is a clear indicator of whom we as a country has chosen as our master, God or Mammon. PA supports, AO, salute.
The Honorable Wessels.
Honorable House Chairperson, this empty BPS is a glimmer of hope whilst and in the midst of a fiscal crisis where government debt has become very, very high and the debt servicing cost has become unsustainable. That whilst economic growth is insufficient, unemployment is extremely high and poverty is ever increasing. People are suffering and people can't afford to pay taxes and not receive service delivery, and also whilst there's no investment in infrastructure. But whilst this budget statement is a glimmer of hope, and there is a movement in a positive direction. We should not be ignorant to think that the crisis is over, that the higher than expected revenue will be a continued trend, and that we can't keep up with the reality or don't take the reality into account that the crisis is still there in the lives of ordinary South Africans who face water scarcity, housing scarcity, unemployment, and face these problems every day. The needs are still much more than the means. But with correct infrastructure investment, we can have economic growth, and with economic growth, we can have sustained higher revenue to fund those needs. We need to not only talk about structural reforms, but implement them. We need to once and for all deal with failed state-owned entities such as Denel. Whilst Denel remains a significant risk to our government finances, we should be cognizant of the fact that Denel is not salvageable. It is not functioning. There's nothing left at Denel. And if we don't face that reality, we are going to face more significant exposure to that debt, and we are going to spend government money, taxpayers' money, on a lost case. We need to address that state-owned entity, and the same with the Road Accident Fund. We also need to stay vigilant with regards to corruption and how this money in this adjustment appropriation bill is spent. There's more money, there's a higher revenue, there's higher collection, and now we can fund certain infrastructure projects and certain needs that's in the budget and was cut because of the adjustments to the budget 2.0 at the beginning of last year. But if government departments and government officials do not spend that money wisely, and as if they are doing it in the service of the public out there, we are not going to move in the correct direction. They are public servants. The executive is there to serve the public. Money is not theirs, and each cent must be safeguarded, protected, and spent on what can give something back to the people out there and invest in our infrastructure and in our future. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Trollip.
Action SA is committed to be a critical yet constructive opposition, and we've shown this through how we've voted on budgets and the MTBPS. We've consistently argued before Parliament that the medium-term budget policy statement is where government must prove where it is serious about its stated plans and priorities. It's not enough to talk about reform, growth, or stability. The MTBPS must show in hard numbers how spending is being shifted to support those goals. When it fails to do so, it exposes a gap between what government says and what it's prepared to fund. We heard this morning about the underfunding of the Office of the Chief Justice and our criminal justice system and its broken infrastructure. The GNU promised a new era of reform and priorities and decisive government, yet the MTBPS largely preserves the same spending framework that existed before the GNU was formed. The consequence of this, as Action SA has warned, is that keeping old budget baselines while announcing new ambitions simply entrenches the inertia the GNU claims it was created to avoid. The GNU partners of the failed and rejected ANC said that they'd save us from a coalition of doom. After a year and a half in government, I challenge them to provide one shred of evidence that the GNU is not itself a coalition of doom. Reform requires political choices, not lip service. If this government is serious about changing the trajectory of this country, it must be willing to move money away from failed programs and towards those that deliver. That does not, a medium term budget policy statement that does not do this is no different from repeating the same approach year after year, expecting different outcomes, which is what Einstein defined as madness. Unemployment is the most pressing national disaster or crisis for which the GNU has presented no funded plan. And as Action SA has long pointed out, employment growth depends on targeted investment in skills, small business support, and a functioning labor market. The MTBPS, however, largely maintains outdated spending patterns that do not speak to an economy in crisis. Without a shift in how money is allocated, job creation remains a slogan rather than a program. For example, the VAT threshold is still R1 million, despite all the inflation we've had over the last decade. Keeping it there without moving it up is hobbling and constraining small business development. But I understand that maybe the GNU doesn't understand that, because the Minister of Small Business has never ever run a business. She doesn't understand what it means to have a VAT threshold of R1 million when small businesses can easily earn double that. Most importantly, if South Africa is to be fixed, it'll have to be fixed through functional municipalities. It is at local government where water flows, refuse is collected, electricity is working or not, and where communities see government working or collapsing. Yet from his first State of the Nation address in 2018 through to his remarks this past weekend, the President repeatedly promised a turnaround in local government without ever backing those commitments with the scale of reform or funding required to make them real. We saw this happen in Joburg just before the G20, and the thin veneer tarnished as soon as the G20 was over. But I want to say today that local government will not reform as long as there are MECs like ANC MEC Duma in KZN who instructed his officials in his department to pay 10 million rand for Christmas bonuses for ANC cadres. As long as that happens, local government will continue to fail and we'll have more of the same. But the one thing that won't be the same is the outcome of the local government elections ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Swart.
Chairperson, I dedicate this speech to the thousands of Iranian protesters who were killed by a despotic Iranian government, and in particular to a 26-year-old protester, Arifin Sultani, who is due to be executed tomorrow after a very flawed and laughable process with no appeal. And yet there is nothing said in this House about this travesty of justice. At the very least, the Iranian embassy and ambassador should be called in, and a call should be made to stop these unjudicial executions which are continuing to take place. Now, as far as the MTBS is concerned, the ACDP reiterates our stance that the country is at a crossroads, and how we deal with our major trade partners, including the US and the EU, will determine how fast we can grow the economy, and how we deal with the adversaries of major trade partners will also be crucial. But we note, however, Honourable Minister, that there are a number of green shoots as we enter 2026, with high commodity prices and with the stock exchange going through record levels, 120,000 yesterday, reliable electricity, relatively stable public finances and lower interest rates. Fiscal consolidation is starting to bear fruit, with a primary budget surplus set to increase. And yes, debt is set to stabilize, but it is still at alarming high levels. And we as the ACDP have consistently expressed concerns about that and escalating debt service costs, which are starting to come down slightly. These are positive elements, and we need to consider the critical areas for economic growth, such as focusing attention on improved logistics through rail and port concessioning. Progress is being made in that regard, Chairperson. Fixing local government service delivery is critical. And lastly, strengthening the criminal justice sector. This is crucial for investment. This is crucial for business confidence. And one of the biggest challenges, Honorable Minister, you know this yourself, is the lack of sufficient gross fixed capital private investment. Private sector capital investment has slowed significantly. Businesses are still sitting on 1.8 trillion rand of accumulated cash reserves. If this is unlocked and invested in the economy, we can have far speedier economic growth for job creation that is so necessary. The ACDP believes that there are these glimmers of green shoots, and therefore we will support the medium-term budget policy.
Thank you, Honorable Swart.
Thanks for you.
The Honorable Kwankwa.
We agree with the ACDP on one score that indeed South Africa is at a crossroads. We're a nation rich in talent, resources, and resilience, yet trapped in high unemployment, weak household incomes, and persistent low growth. This crisis weighs most heavily on the young or the youth. Youth unemployment stands at 45% of the official definition and close to 60% on the expanded definition, locking millions of young South Africans out of opportunity before they even begin. At the same time, South Africa remains one of the most unequal societies in the world, with a Gini coefficient of about 0.63. This is not an abstract number. It's lived in every day in townships, in villages, in informal settlements. Despite years of promises, our growth rate remains very low and far below that which is projected by the IMF, especially for developing economies. Once upon a time, post-Nsomi, we were told that investment conferences would solve unemployment. Jobs would flow, factories would rise, and hope would return. Instead, we got glossy events, recycled pledges, and excellent PR. These conferences did not fail, they never worked. Yes, Operation Vulindlela is addressing some constraints, Minister. And like the late Brenda Fassie's popular song, Vulindlela Mamkobozi, it sounds good and lifts the spirit. But let us be honest, many of the problems we are fixing were not accidents. They were broken deliberately to enable looting, which brings us to one of the great miracles of our time. We are told that load shedding would take decades to fix, yet it became disappearing almost immediately after the ANC lost its absolute majority. Suddenly, what was complex became manageable, and what was impossible became urgent. It seems accountability is the most reliable energy source we have discovered. Honorable members, the South African Reserve Bank decided to lower its inflation target recently without at first following due political process by making statements when in fact their independence is constrained. Although it's enshrined in the Constitution, they have instrument independence and not goal independence, and they seemed to confuse the two. But let's talk about monetary policy. We must remember that monetary policy is not neutral. It must support economic growth and employment and broader socio-economic objectives as required by our Constitution. This is not radical. The United States does it. Major economies across Europe and Asia do it. Yet in South Africa, monetary policy at times is conducted with little regard for our harsh social realities. The last time they played part was during COVID. This concern was also
Thank you, Honorable
reinforced.
Kwankwa.
The 3 minutes in the man. Yo, I must sell.
Honorable Zibi.
Thank you very much, House Chair. First, I would like to congratulate the class of 2025. This House has a responsibility to them and millions of young people to ensure that we have an economy that works and that is able to absorb job seekers at all skills levels. And we ensure that the economy is fertile ground for young entrepreneurs. Rise Mzansi supports the adjustment appropriation bill for the small but important progress made in this budgeting cycle in stabilizing national finances and laying the right foundation for the reduction of runaway debt, towards which we pay over 400 billion each year. In a few weeks, House Chair, the Finance Minister will deliver the 2026 budget speech under very difficult conditions, which have an effect on our own fiscus and may result in a revision in the medium-term forecast. It is also in this context that South Africa's 3-year transparent budgeting cycle is important in assisting government, business owners, and other stakeholders to plan for what is to come. With that said, we need to be more nimble given the ever more frequent global shocks, which have an immediate and direct impact on our fiscus and the pockets of our people, not just here, but also our trading partners on the continent, as well as China and the European Union. These shocks mean that this House needs to be prepared to meet extraordinarily and quickly in order to respond and insulate the country and the people of South Africa from a White House that makes impulsive decisions on global trade and regional stability. When the 2026 budget is tabled and debated, it must answer the question of how we reimagine the social wage and how we use it so that it's more beneficial, particularly in the areas of skills development and education. Because the global economy is changing, the type of skills needed are changing, and we need to adjust ourselves accordingly so that we begin to solve the problem of unemployment. Second last, we need to have a serious look into the composition of expenditure. It's still too little budget.
Honorable Sekoate, on the virtual platform, you are not only disturbing the House, but you're disturbing the member on the virtual platform who's speaking. My apologies, Honorable Zibi. Honorable Sekoate, please remain muted. Honorable Zibi, are you still with us? Honorable Zibi, you have been muted, possibly IT muted everyone on the virtual platform.
All right. We need to have a serious look into the composition of expenditure, as too little of the budget goes back into the economy. The budget currently pays for our debt and the social wage in the main. We must chart a fiscal path that goes towards reducing our debt burden so that money goes back to economic activity and not those we owe money to. Finally, we need to engage more robustly with the policy instruments at our disposal to make sure that the 1.4 trillion rand in cash that is sitting in banking and other institutions across the land is reinvested back into the economy, and that is done quickly so that we can begin to accelerate the development of core economic infrastructure in order to aid economic growth and job creation. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Glaser Webster.
Thank you, House Chair. The Adjustments Appropriation Bill, which is before us, is not merely a technical exercise, it's a mirror. And it's a mirror that reflects the true priorities of government that are revealed not only through rhetoric, but through where additional money is actually directed, which is ultimately what politics is about. As Parliament, our responsibility is to interrogate whether these adjustments respond to the lived realities of South Africans or whether they entrench patterns of inefficiency and misaligned spending. As Build One South Africa, we support this bill. Specifically, we want to welcome the additional 2 billion rand that has been allocated to the Early Childhood Development Grant. And we want to state that this is money well spent because international and local evidence is clear that investing in early in children delivers the highest long-term returns for society. It will also enable a system that assists learners to pass at more than 30% as a minimum pass mark. We also want to note the 2 billion rand urban development financing grant, and that is because urban infrastructure matters, but we caution that we need to, as we approach local government elections, ensure that this funding is accompanied by strict oversight to prevent abuse and politicization. The 14.3 billion that is allocated to provinces is substantial, including funding for education and health compensation, and it is essential for the delivery of goods and service. These allocations are necessary, but we have to ensure that execution is of the right quality and execution leads to delivery. And this is where we need to raise these red flags. We see over 4.4 billion in unspent transport grant funds while roads deteriorate across the country. We see 3.3 billion delayed in water and sanitation projects, and this includes the Mkomazi water projects. And These aren't just accounting issues, they are delivery failures. Our position as Build One South Africa is consistent and it's clear, and that waste must be cut before essential services are compromised. South Africans spend approximately 2 billion a year on VIP protection, on excessive political perks, duplicated departments, and bloated administration. And you can't have that coexisting with failing schools, with understaffed clinics, with unsafe communities, with communities that don't have water. We believe that real savings are possible through consolidating departments, through reviewing deputy minister positions, rationalizing seaters, and critically assessing the mandates of over 700 state-owned entities. Those savings should be redirected to where they matter most, and that is with teachers, with nurses, with police officers, and infrastructure. This bill gives Parliament an opportunity to affirm a simple principle, which is that public money must serve public good. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Zungula.
Thank you, Chair. The ATM recognizes the government's stated intentions of fiscal discipline, debt stabilization, and redirecting spending towards infrastructure, education, health, and social protection. Yet commitments on paper must translate into real improvements in the lives of ordinary South Africans. The ATM stands firmly for a budget that is pro-poor, pro-working class, and pro-job creation, and would approach these adjustments with that lens. The ATM believes social grants must not be eroded. Rather, they should be structured to give families a real dignified life. Free basic services must be protected, expanded, especially for water, electricity, refuse removal, and sanitation, services that poor households depend on daily. Many working families spend disproportionate share of their income on the basics. If the adjustments bill allocates less to the social wage, then it is not pro-poor. We must ensure that budgets stimulate local job creation, SMME participation, especially in towns and rural areas where unemployment is highest. Infrastructure spending includes public transport, small business markets, and community-scale projects that employ local labor. Critical projects for health, education, and municipal services reach communities directly and create sustainable jobs. We live in a world where global geopolitical tensions directly affect our security. The US has threatened military action in various states and invaded some. South Africa, as a nation with complex bilateral relations with the US, must strengthen its defense capabilities and safeguard its sovereignty. We believe that budget allocations must include meaningful contributions towards defense, internal security, ensuring our borders, critical infrastructure, and citizens are protected. Will support these adjustments if these provided a sizable and strategic increase to defense spending, while still prioritizing the social and economic welfare of the people. Chair, will examine the adjustments appropriation bill on its merits and support those components that prioritize social protection and basic services for the poor, stimulate job creation inclusive of economic growth, protect the working class and vulnerable from undue fiscal burdens, strengthen infrastructure that benefits citizens directly, enhance transparency, accountability, and public oversight, and most importantly, contribute meaningfully to defense and national security in the face of global geopolitical threats. South Africa's budget must be a tool for redistribution, opportunity, dignity, and national security, not simply a numbers
Thank
on
you,
a
Honorable
spreadsheet.
Zungula. The next speaker is the Honorable Kaleka Mazibuko.
Honorable House Chair, the adjustment appropriation bill is not about abstract adjustment to the budget. It is about jobs, livelihoods, and dignity for our vulnerable people, especially young people who wake up every day without work, income, and certainty about the future. Honorable members, public infrastructure is the backbone of any economy. When roads collapse, water system fail, and when schools and clinics are damaged by climate change related floods, it is not elite who suffer first, but the working class, the rural poor, and township communities. That is why the ANC stands behind this bill. This bill allocates billions of rands to the Municipal Disaster Recovery Grant in Budget Vote 3 of the Department of Corporate Governance, the Education Infrastructure Grant in Budget Vote 16 of the Department of Basic Education, the Health Facility Revitalization Grant in Budget Vote 18 of the Department of Health, and the Provisional Roads Maintenance Grant in Budget Vote 40 of the Department of Transport for repairing, rebuilding, and maintaining public infrastructure, particularly after climate-related disasters. This is not wasteful spending. This is economic protection and job creation. Every public road repaired creates work. Every public school and clinic rebuilt creates income. Every water project restored creates opportunity. For young people in rural and township areas who carry the weight of unemployment, these government-funded labor-intensive economic infrastructure projects are often the only entry point into the world of work. These projects may not make news headlines, but they put food on the table and provide young people with immediate income, work experience, and skills that open doors to further greener pastures. Ayiyo Xhosa intsomi. Going further, disaster recovery allocations in this bill running into several billions of rands across national and provincial budgets are not only critical for young employment, but also for community empowerment and enterprise development. For the sake of clarity and brevity, when climate-related shocks strike, rebuilding and repairing of public infrastructure must happen quickly to prevent disruptions in service delivery. This bill, therefore, ensures that disaster recovery allocations circulate in affected communities and support small enterprises that face barriers to entry into the mainstream economy. This is how this bill rebuilds not just public infrastructure, but local economies. The ANC, Honorable Chair, is clear that maintenance of public infrastructure matters. In short, it is much cheaper to maintain public infrastructure than to rebuild after collapse. And more importantly, maintenance creates stable, ongoing jobs, not once-off work. By allocating 2 billion to the Urban Development Financing Grant in Budget Vote 8 of National Treasury to assist metropolitan municipalities to expand and maintain public municipal distribution infrastructure for 3 trading services, this bill supports sustainable employment, especially for young people with limited access to formal jobs. Fellow South Africans, the ANC wants to be honest with you. The ANC admits that infrastructure spending has not always delivered what it should, and poor households and vulnerable communities dependent on public infrastructure are right to be frustrated. Delays, underspending, and weak project management have cost communities services and young people jobs. Put differently, in many key economic infrastructure projects, delays in planning, procurement challenges, contractor failures, and climate-related disruptions have resulted in rollovers of funds, largely due to lower than projected spending on social assistance grants and other transfer in Budget Vote 19 of the Department of Social Development, reduction in accumulated unspent grant funds for SANRAL, non-toll road network in Budget Vote 40 of the Department of Transport, and delays in the raw water component of the Umkomazi water project in Budget Vote 41 of the Department of Water and Sanitation. However, I must clarify this. A rollover does not mean money has disappeared. It means projects were not completed on time and spending had to be shifted to the next financial year so that work can continue rather than being abandoned. Similarly, declared unspent funds do not automatically mean waste, theft, or indifference. They arise due to project delays, timing mismatches, disaster disruptions, and capacity constraints. Nevertheless, every delay project means job postponed.
Honorable Member, just take your seat for a moment. There's a hand on the virtual platform. I don't know which member it is. It's the Honorable
Thank you, House Chair.
Matthys.
I've had my hand, yes, it is. Thank you, House Chair. Happy 2026. I've had my hand up for quite a while. We probably need a better system in place that the speaker doesn't go on and on. I'm on a point of order on whether the speaker will take a question on why the ANC has not maintained
No, Honorable
infrastructure since
Matthys.
they are saying.
You,
Can they
Honorable
answer the
Matthys, you
question? Because
know,
she's been.
Honorable Matthys,
Hmm?
just pause there.
Yes,
You know
Chair?
that we first
Oh,
inquire
okay.
from the speaker whether she's prepared to answer a
Oh,
question. Honorable
okay. I thought you
Kaleka
might want to
Mazibuko,
know what it is. Mm.
are you prepared to take a question?
Honorable Chair, we shall not be deterred. I am not going to take a question.
Thank you. Honorable Matthys, thank you for that intervention, but she's not
I
prepared to
asked.
take the question. Thank
No,
you.
of course you won't, because they don't know why they haven't
Honorable
maintained
Matthys, now it's
infrastructure.
the end of the intervention. Thank you. Honorable member at the podium, please continue.
Honorable Chair, nevertheless, every delayed project means jobs postponed, unemployed youth waiting longer for work, and communities waiting longer for basic services. Added to this, every rand that remains unspent represents a job delayed, a basic service postponed, and a community left waiting. That is why this bill is important, as it allows the ANC-led government to either roll over funding for projects that must be completed or redirect declared unspent funds to urgent needs where communities cannot wait any longer. At the same time, the ANC is clear that rollovers cannot become a habit. They must be accompanied by better planning, faster procurement, stronger project management, and real accountability. Further, the solution to declared unspent funds is not to cut investment or shrink government, Honorable Minister of Finance. Rather, the solution is to fix capacity and accelerate delivery, especially on labor-intensive economic infrastructure projects that create work for young people. As I take my seat, Honorable Chair, the ANC supports this bill because it intervenes, it builds, employs, and corrects service delivery weaknesses instead of walking away from them. This bill is also aligned with the ANC manifesto commitment to creating jobs through infrastructure, the NDP call for labor absorbing growth, and the MTDP's priority of youth employment and economic inclusion. Although, of course, this bill is not the final answer to unemployment. It is a necessary intervention to keep projects alive, workers employed, and communities hopeful. The ANC will not abandon poor households and vulnerable communities. It will use the government it leads to fix what is broken, complete what was delayed, and turn public investment into work and dignity. We are for the people. We are the movement of the people. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Ismail Musa.
Honorable House Chairperson, fellow beloved, noble, fellow family South Africans, the people must govern. And this principle applies to all centers of power, including the South African Reserve Bank. While economic power remains concentrated, ordinary South Africans continue to suffer under rising inflation. Yet the Reserve Bank has done little to ease the burden on the poor and the working class. Democratic oversight of economic institutions is not reckless. It is a constitutional imperative. What was truly reckless was apartheid, an economic system that deliberately impoverished the majority of our people. Yet we hear far less outreach about that legacy than about efforts to transform our economy today. Al-Jamaa maintains that economic policy must serve the people, not markets alone. Transformation, accountability, and people-centered economic initiatives are necessary if we are serious about justice, equality, and meaningful democracy.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Ismail Musa. Order, Honorable Ismail Musa. Please just hold on for a moment.
Thank you.
The levels, I want to say, of discourse, I won't call it noise for now, It's just too high. Please take it down a notch, honorable members.
Highly
Honorable Ishmael
appreciated.
Musa, please continue.
Thank you, highly appreciated. It was a bit disturbing. Private individuals cannot own our crown jewels, which is the Reserve Bank. The Adjustments Appropriation Bill before this House must be more than a technical recalibration of numbers. It must be a moral correction to a budget framework that continues to burden the poor while protecting excess, inefficiency, and corruption. Al-Jamaa approaches the 2025 medium-term budget policy statement from the standpoint that public money is a trust given by vulnerable people of South Africa. Every rand adjusted today must be used to restore dignity, create justice, and most of all, protect life. However, I can't say the same for the embarrassing superpower US and Zionists that have no regard for the right to life as priority. Al-Jamaa acknowledge the fiscal pressures facing the state. Al-Jamaa support the adjustments that strengthen frontline services, education, water infrastructure, and disaster relief. We need to ensure we operate at optimum levels for these services. Al-Jamaa also strongly opposes any adjustments that rewards waste, bail out corruption, or protect failed entities without consequence. All funding should be allocated with strict accountability, consequence management, and transparent reporting to Parliament. Al-Jamaa further calls for increased allocations towards food security, support for small and informal businesses, and community-based safety initiatives. These stabilizers are what our society requires. South Africa must budget with conscience, locally and globally. While we adjust our books at home, we must remain a voice for justice, resisting economic systems that enrich a few whilst millions suffer, both within our borders and beyond. Let us not be like the superpower.
Thank you, honorable member. Your time has now expired. Is the NCC participating in this debate? If not, the PIC.
House Chairperson, we acknowledge the Minister of Finance's commitment to fiscal health, specifically the goal of stabilizing debt at 77.9% of GDP and achieving a primary budget surplus. As the newly separated Department of Land Reform and Rural Development, we align with the 7th administration, and our mandate is central to the government of national unity's priorities, inclusive growth, job creation, and reducing inequality. Our work remains rooted in the constitutional necessity of land reform. It is based around our 3 pillars of redress: restitution for victims of dispossession, tenure reform for insecure rights, and restitution for the diverse needs of Black South Africans. Land reform is not merely a social program. It is a critical economic lever. Our revised 2025-2029 strategic plan is designed to restore dignity while stimulating the rural economy to support the projected 1.2% GDP growth. The impact of restitution is measured through the performance of the Commission on Restitution of Land Rights. Our ultimate goal is dignity restored through restitution. As of December 2024, we have settled over 83,348 claims and restored nearly 4 million hectares of land. The Commission on Restitution of Land Rights has historically achieved its settlement targets and successfully spent its full budget allocation for the past 7 years. We are committed to maintaining this pace with a clear target to finalize 277 land claims in the 2025-2026 period. Following the Auditor General's recommendation, we are moving forward with establishing the Commission on Restitution of Land Rights as a separate public entity under the PFMA. This will enhance financial accountability and ensure separate, transparent finance reporting. I welcome the proposed shifts to the Adjustment Appropriation Bill within Vote 42, specifically the shifting of 891,000 to the Agricultural Sector Education and Training Authority, which demonstrates government's commitment to building specialized skills for Black farmers, especially for land redistribution beneficiaries. We have shifted 271 million from infrastructure planning services to fund critical land reform and restitution services, ensuring our budget directly supports the actual settlement of claims. We noted the allocation of the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program for the reconstruction of infrastructure damaged by 2024-25 disasters. We'll ensure these funds restore productivity for land reform beneficiaries affected by floods. By securing tenure and restoring land rights, we provide the legal certainty required for private sector investment, directly supporting reforms aimed at fixing network industries. We note the move to a fixed 3%
Thank you,
inflation
Honourable
target.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Maglatse, you're not participating. We move on to good. If not, the Honourable Douglas.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I greet you all again in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and in the language of the Khoi and San people, the First Nation people of this country. Chairperson, we reject this adjustments appropriation bill because it doesn't go far enough to help our people and doesn't use the resources of this country to free those who are stuck in poverty. Chairperson, honorable members, we begin this year as a parliamentary year of local government elections with communities in distress and municipalities on the brinks of collapse. Municipalities run by these people, the ANC, the DA, the GNU. We as MK don't run any municipalities. If your water's not leaking, if it's leaking, it's because of these people. If your hospitals are broken, it's because of these people in the GNU. We are the official opposition and we are going to do things differently and we're going to help our people because this budget is a budget built on fantasy. The most dangerous weakness of this budget is not expenditure.
Honourable Douglas, just take your seat for a moment. Honourable Skosana, why do you want to be recognized?
No, thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. I'm rising on Rule 84. The Honourable Member is making threatening gestures towards us. Is pointing violent fingers towards us. That's a threatening gesture, Honourable Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Honourable Skosana, I didn't see it that way. Honourable Douglas, but I'm quite sure you look at this point in time peaceful and friendly, even though you're making robust arguments. But just be mindful of your hand gestures. Please continue.
Okay, I'm sorry that you guys feel so scared of us as MK, but we'll teach you how to lead the people of South Africa. Now, this Treasury told the nation to expect 1.4% GDP growth. Now it is revised down to 1.2%. Let us be honest, even 1.2% is optimistic. For 8 years, National Treasury has failed to project growth accurately. Year after year, the same ostrich hedge in the sand approach turns budgeting into a farce. At 1.2% growth, you cannot create jobs. You cannot broaden the tax base. You cannot stabilize debts sustainably, and you cannot rescue collapsing municipalities run by the GNU. Chairperson, this adjustments bill confirms what MK has been warning all year. South Africa is under austerity by stealth. Yes, over 60% of non-interest spending goes to social wage, but the real expenditure grows by only 0.3%. At the same time, debt service costs grows by 3.8%, while core social and peace spending goes at only 2.7%. That means South Africa now spends more to service debt at 1 billion a day than to rebuild communities, create jobs, or protect its people. Austerity freezes posts. Austerity leaves clinics understaffed and schools overcrowded. Austerity delays maintenance until infrastructure collapses. This is not fiscal discipline. It is financial servitude to the IMF and the World Bank. This is a local government election year, yet this adjustment offers no rescue plan for municipalities. Local government is collapsing because it is underfunded by this GNU, hollowed out and strangled by austerity. This budget offers survival, not recovery. We are told Operation Vulindlela is the engine of reform, but where are the targets? Where's the evidence? Where are the performance indicators? Where is the reporting to Parliament? This is reform without measurement, governance by slogan, not by outcomes. Treasury claims debt will stabilize at 77.8% of GDP, yet continues to rely on World Bank and IMF loans, including a 15.9 billion rand World Bank loan. These loans do not stabilize debt. They increase debt service costs and expose South Africa to neoliberal conditionalities. MKP demands full parliamentary approval, full disclosure of conditions, and zero compromise on sovereignty. South Africa will not become another debtor colony ever again. Tax policy leans on personal income tax and regressive levies while protecting monopoly wealth. The top 1% controls this economy, and there is no wealth tax to speak of. Instead, the fuel levy is increased, punishing workers, punishing commuters, and increasing food prices. MKP rejects this. We demand progressive taxation and wealth taxes, not punishment of the poor. Chairperson, austerity has now become a national security threat. The SANDF is underfunded, under-equipped, and under-ready. Aircraft are grounded, naval vessels tied up, land, sea, and air readiness is below minimal levels. And with the current geopolitical climate, we must make sure that our people protecting our borders have the right arms, have the right equipment. We as MK offer a developmental fiscal model. We will do large-scale infrastructure development, not like they talking about infrastructure, real infrastructure, large-scale industrialization and localization, beneficiation of our minerals, oils, and gas, and we will expand the EPWP and public employment. We will have land reform linked to production and a social wage that liberates, not pacifies. You do not cut your way out of poverty, you build your way out of poverty. Chairperson, this MTBBS and adjustments bill were written for creditors, not communities, for balance sheets, not bread. This is not reform. It is economic apartheid by spreadsheet, and it's a continuation of the oppression of the colored, Black, Indian people of South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, before I recognize the Honorable Burke, we have been at it for quite a number of hours now without a break. If your chief whips have not informed you that you can take those conversations you now are having, which is really causing a disturbance to the tea room, let me inform you, and then they can call you back when they need you in the house again. But we can't have the type of noise levels we've had now during the speech of the past two speakers. Honorable Burke.
Mr. House Chair, the Budget and Adjustment Appropriations Bill in front of this House today debates two different realities. One reality where the DA is finally let into the room and we start stabilizing debt ratios, and another reality that speaks to a persistently broken approach to governance. You see, for years, the midterm budget was used as a convenient way to sneak in additional expenditure. The MTBPS could just as well have stood for might try boosting patronage spending. And with the DA now in the room, this MTBPS looks very different. As a percentage of the total budget, new expenditure comprises less than 1%. We need dams and we need pipes, and we needed them yesterday. What we don't need is for Treasury to have to take back 3.3 billion rand from the Department of Water and Sanitation because of severe delays in the Mkumwazi water project, a project that is critical to Durban's long-term water security, and a project that is unfortunately subject to court proceedings and allegations of tender irregularities. So I have to ask, have we learned nothing from Kusile and Medupi? And in that vein, this budget is a testament to DA's success in stemming spending. But it's also a testament to many outdated ideologies. As an example, this budget gives 2 billion rand more to the Department of Defense, but much of that spending is earmarked for the military's early retirement program. And that comes at a time when our Navy has one seaworthy ship and a couple of welcoming tugboats for foreign militaries that fly the South African flag upside down in Simonstown. And the average age of a South African soldier is now 9 years old, which is too old to even join the ANC Youth League. But I hasten to point out, it's less outdated than the MK Party's economic thinking. And while I'm on the point of the MK Party's economic thinking, it would be amiss of me to not point out, Mr. Chair, that through the course of today, it's actually been quite endearing to watch the Honorable Reddy attempt to secure for himself a permanent promotion. However, it pains me to inform the Honorable Gentleman that his surname is not Zuma. He does not yet have a criminal conviction behind his name, and he hasn't single-handedly run a state-owned enterprise into the ground. And for these reasons, I put it to you, sir, that your CV is lacking. However, you might get lucky, and at some point, Ubaba might recognize your talent. But as I was saying, Mr. Chair, the problem of our aging military should have been solved years ago. We also have no guarantees that this money will actually be spent as intended. Mr. Chair, I would ask the MK Party to calm down because they will all get a chance to be the Chief Whip.
Honorable Burke, please take your seat for a moment. Honorable Douglas.
Thank you.
Order, honorable members.
I want to raise a point of order.
Yes, what's your point of order?
My point of order is that protecting my member, the member at the podium is casting aspersions upon his character. Thank you very much. He must please withdraw. Not telling me CV is not good enough.
Honorable Douglas, I think within the context, he was actually complimenting the Honorable Reddy. Honorable Burke, now before you continue, is that a new point of order? I have dealt with the previous one.
No, it's a point of order.
Yes.
You can't sit there and allow white supremacists to really rattle on and talk nonsense.
Honorable member, that's out of order.
This is not a professional courtesy in terms of being professional.
No.
There's a rule on professionalism.
Honorable
You
member.
can't drag us like this.
Honorable member.
White supremacists.
Honorable member, I will ask you to withdraw the remark in reference to the Honorable Burke that he is a white supremacist. All members, before you get there, let me just continue.
Chair, I didn't say that. I said we can't allow white supremacist tendencies.
I am on the
didn't
podium.
mention an individual. So let's
Honorable
be clear on
member.
that. Tendencies of white supremacism cannot be allowed.
Honorable member, all members in this house have sworn an oath to our constitution, which has drawn a line under our apartheid past. If you want to make the accusation that the Honorable Burke has white supremacy tendencies, we will need a substantive order. I will ask you to withdraw that remark.
I withdraw.
Thank you. Let's leave it at that. Honorable Burke, please continue.
Mr. Chair, it seems that the member took a bit longer to withdraw than the MK Party has taken to withdraw soldiers from the Ukraine. But I accept it nonetheless.
Honorable Burke, please take your seat. Honorable Reddy, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The Speaker has continuously deviated from what we're discussing. And I'd appeal to you to please ask him to focus on, to avoid this House degenerating into a spectacle. Please call the Speaker to order.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Burke, I'm going to ask you to order Honorable Kwabaza on the
Ayikho
virtual
GP
platform.
lapha.
I'm speaking. Honorable Burke, I'm indeed going to request you to maybe return to the appropriation bill. But while I'm doing that, Honorable Reddy, as presiding officers, we tend to give fair leeway because not only the Honorable Burke, but more or less all members from time to time stray into matters not strictly relevant to the topic of the debate. Thank you. Honorable Burke.
The fact of the matter is we are in a dire fiscal situation because of this party's conduct in the past. So all of this is relevant to the debate, Mr. Chair, but nonetheless, I will honor your request. And as I was saying, this aging army should have been solved years ago. And now we don't have any guarantees that the money will actually be spent as intended. After all, the Department of Defense has had terrible audit outcomes for longer than Action SA refuses to hold an elective conference. So, what I'm saying, Mr. Chair, what I'm saying is that if this budget shows us anything, it is that when the DA is kept away from power, bad spending, chaos, and cadre comforts will continue. And these are things that we have very little leverage to change. But we refuse to keep quiet. We are now a party that's part of government, but not a party that shuts up when there's bad governance. And on the other hand, what I'm saying, Mr. Chair, is that when the DA is given power, we have the courage to change this country, and we will surge it forward once again. Thank you.
Next speaker is the Honorable Ntuli.
Where is the stationery of the kids of KZN at school?
Order, honorable
DA.
members on the virtual platform.
Sibonge sihlalo ohloniphekile, ladies and gentlemen, and also our people who are watching us at home. We will always remain indebted to you because we are here for you. And also we would like to clap our hands and congratulate the class of 2025. Our heartfelt congratulations to KZN for topping the list and its hard-working MEC for the education, Honorable Siphohlo Muka, and the educators. The adjustment appropriation bill tabled before this August House is a test not only at the fiscal management, but of a political honesty. The bill must also be understood not merely as a technical exercise in relocating funds, but as a governance instrument which reflects how the state responds to emerging risks, strengthens oversight, and restores public trust in a context of fiscal constraint. Honorable members, the bill forces us to reveal through our vote where our loyalties truly lie. Therefore, my remarks will focus on the governance gains arising from this bill, as well as the government's risks that must be actively managed to ensure that the adjustments translate into real service delivery outcomes. Do we govern for the people, or do we grandstand while poor households and vulnerable communities suffer? The ANC chose to govern for the people because grandstanding is easy, as it requires no decision, no trade-offs, and no accountability. This bill exists because in real life, poor households and vulnerable communities need action, not commentary. Climate change-related floods and disasters do not wait for the next financial year. Commissions of inquiry do not pause for political convenience. The ANC wants to ensure that allegations of corruption and maladministration are investigated thoroughly and reinforcing the rule of law. Poor households and vulnerable communities do not stop needing schools, clinics, social grants, basic services, and justice because the economy is under pressure. The bill reinforces the ANC-led government commitment to building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Importantly, it acknowledges that good governance is not static. It requires adjustment as conditions change. That is why South Africa's most celebrated constitution allows this bill. And umbutho wabantu uyayisupporta ngoba uyaqonda usizo lwabantu ekuhlaleni nezimo ezingalindelekile ezingathikimeza impilo zabantu. For instance, it has been raining, especially in the KwaZulu-Natal in the eastern part of the country. And as it keeps on raining for almost 2 weeks, abantu khona abantu abangenazo izindlu, solid structures. And those people, since we are a developmental state, nobody can have, we can't everybody have a house. So we must think for those people that as after this rains, they are going to be in trouble. So we need to assist those people. If we have the interest of our people at heart, really we can't oppose this bill. This strengthened by using the adjustment process to respond to implementation challenges. This bill demonstrates that Parliament is not a passive recipient of budget outcome, but an active steward of public resources, ensuring that funds are directed to where they can achieve maximum impact, which is value for money. This strengthens the credibility of both the execution and Parliament in the eye of the public. Fellow South Africans, the bill strengthens the backbone of our democracy, that is, supports the justice system so that the cases are heard, rights are protected, and wrongdoing is confronted. Oversight institutions so that public money is accounted for, and administrative capacity to ensure that basic services reach the people in need of them. For illustrative purposes, this bill allocates an additional 104 million to Vote 27 of the Office of the Chief Justice to strengthen its capabilities, which is a vital investment for the administrative efficiency of the highest court and the delivery of justice. In short, this 6.9% upward adjustment and of 104 million to the Office of the Chief Justice strengthens the court and justice institutions so that the cases move fast, backlogs are reduced, and victims are not left waiting. For poor households and vulnerable communities, this adjustment means protection from crime, enforcement of labor and family law, and confidence that the law applies to everyone, not only the powerful. Additionally, this bill allocates an additional 147.8 million to Vote 25, the Department of Justice Constitutional Development, for funding the operations of the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. The Madlanga Commission of Inquiry exists because there was serious allegation that state institutions were undermined or deliberately defied. Failure to fund and support such commissions would be an admission that some people are above the law, thereby undermining the independence and credibility of the justice system, which ordinary South Africans rely on, and they seek protection, fairness, and dignity. The ANC will never accept that. Parties that oppose the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry do not do so because they defend the Constitution, but because they fear its authority. They lambast the cost of the commission amid the pressing challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, but remain silent when corruption costs the people billions. Like I was more afraid, whereby one party which claims to be holier than thou has just fired its Treasurer General for inquiring about the financials of the organization. The bill further strengthens the state administration through an upward adjustment, 84 million to Vote 14 of Statistics South Africa to support its core statistically and administrative functions, including but certainly not limited to sustaining national surveys and data system, strengthening economic, social, and labor statistics, and supporting the integrity of population, household, and service delivery data. Such support matters because effective, responsible budget planning depends on accurate and up-to-date statistics. Without this planning, monitoring and accountability are significantly weakened. Honorable Chairperson, let me be clear. Public trust is built when ordinary people witness money accounted for, fraud, and basic service delivery. This bill builds public trust since it supports the National Treasury target and responsible savings aimed at cutting down fraud and double dipping in the social grant system, because the ANC government will never defend theft from the poor. The ANC protects the poor from criminals and from unconstitutional means, testing checks imposed on social grants. However, the ANC is equally clear, and anti-fraud measures on the social grant system must never become barriers to punish eligible beneficiaries. That is what a caring, capable development state looks like. The services of the grant should go to the right people at the right time. Like unlike before, when it had the other month people will get the money, the other month will not get those grants. The real difference between the ANC, these parties that comment from the sidelines is that the ANC does not run away from South Africa's socio-economic challenges. It confronts them head on. The ANC does not hide underspending. It declares it. The ANC does not abandon public economic infrastructure projects. It corrects and completes them. And the ANC does not reduce the role of the state when poor households and vulnerable communities are suffering. To be clear, those who oppose this bill, which strengthens the state, are those who like masquerading and grandstanding. And really, we can't gamble and politicize with the lives of our people. In conclusion, the bill demonstrates that the ANC-led government accounts for the spending of taxpayers' money. It is willing to correct its unsupportable, mountable government failures and does not abandon poor households and vulnerable communities when the fiscal space is limited. For these reasons, Honorable Chairperson, the ANC supports the adjustment appropriation bill, and we do so without apology. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Finance.
Honorable Chairperson, let me join fellow South Africans in congratulating the class of 2025 and in congratulating the Honorable Minister Kwahube and her Deputy Mahaule for a job well done. I would also be remiss not congratulating my high school in my village, Elwase Planeka. Under Principal Mbulelo Nonsele, they've managed to achieve 100% pass. Chairperson, the changing global landscape presents some headwinds for us in our endeavors to build a better life for all. But we have to approach these global developments with sober minds. We must take into account our own national interest. It must guide our actions and responses. The special appropriation underscores the need, which we debated earlier, the need for self-sufficiency and the need to move with speed in addressing universal access through the implementation of the National Health Insurance. Despite a series of court cases, I believe that we can find solutions. These will delay the implementation of the NHI. The interesting thing is that both protagonists in court proclaim that they support universal coverage and access. It is my submission that these parties must meet and craft a settlement. We want to move ahead with the implementation of the NHI. These court cases are going to delay it for more years. Chairperson, health is a socio-economic right which must be progressively realized in terms of our constitution. We are committed to translate this constitutional injunction into practice. But we have got to correct some myths that have been said in the room. One of them is that KZN has not employed doctors. That is inaccurate. KZN has employed 300 doctors as we speak. A myth perpetrated by colleagues this side is that the challenges we felt in healthcare have started all of a sudden with this government, whereas you Whereas under Zuma, both education and health lost 243 billion rand to fund state-captured SOEs. Those are facts. People said, let's table facts, we can prove them. We tabled a medium, but this song about Nina and pretend babening. That's a problem.
Order, honorable members.
We tabled the medium-term budget policies that trust a path towards a better future for South Africa. It provides a fiscal strategy that reduces debt and its associated debt costs, and therefore release resources to fund our developmental objectives. It also supports intergenerational equity by, to some extent, removing the burden on future generations. We are not in a fiscal crisis, as somebody have said here. Fiscal consolidation is beginning to bear fruit, and one member have said. That medium-term budget statement stimulates growth, shifting the composition of expenditure towards infrastructure spending. A commitment to reduce the cost of living, in particular for the poor, by taming inflation. We've tabled growth supporting structural reforms. We also tabled an adjustment appropriation bill, which, among other things, increased the allocation to departmental votes in 25-26 by 10.1 billion rand. Provides funding for the unforeseeable and unavoidable expenditure, such as the repair and rehabilitation of infrastructure damaged during disasters in municipalities, roads, schools, hospitals and clinics, housing and temporary units, and agriculture. If you don't vote for this budget, you're actually saying that infrastructure must not be repaired. That's the message we're sending. No, it's not about 30 years. Limele last year, the infrastructure. What do you mean? The problem you have is that members of this house don't read.
Honorable Minister, please take your seat for a moment. Honorable Reddy, why do you want to be recognized?
Honorable House Chair.
Honorable Minister, no, please take your seat.
I rise in terms of Rule 84.
Yes.
It's casting aspersions. He makes a statement that members in the House do not read. Now, can he substantiate that and give us some hard facts? Because it's obviously an opinion that he's raising here, and he's trying to mislead this House.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Reddy. From what I've heard from the minister is that he was exactly explaining his argument by pointing out items in the adjustment bill, which members seems to not have read. Please continue.
If you don't understand that this budget deals with disasters that happened last year, then it means you didn't read. Simple. That's what I was saying. We must also, talking about disasters, also take this opportunity to express our sympathies and support for communities affected by raging fires in both Western Cape and Eastern Cape provinces. The same sympathies go to the people of Khayelitsha and Danun, who have also suffered some fires. On the 29th of January, following delisting by FATF, the EU will remove South Africa and other countries from what they call high-risk third countries jurisdictions. We are on the move. This gray listing, by the way, was an assessment of the Zuma period. Accept. Yes, but then you pretend you were not there. Can you stand up? You know, Honorable Chair, when a damage is done, it has got a time lag. To repair that damage, it takes time, a time lag. It's taking us all of the time and costing us both the damage made under Zuma years. I must make the point. Some people refer to informal settlement grant. Some people refer to informal settlement grant, which is being taken. Of course, we did. Informal settlement grant is intended to upgrade informal settlements. If we are not going to upgrade informal settlements, we take it. Right? No, I'm responding. It means we are also not read again, because when I'm talking about informal settlements, we are not talking about informal settlement in the context, right?
Order, honorable members. Honorable Reddy, the minister is now, honorable minister, just hold on for a moment. Honorable Reddy, the minister is now responding to the debate. You've had two speakers in the debate. It can't now be a two-way conversation. So please pause there.
I'm in good mood.
Honorable Minister, I have also the Honorable Trollip. Please take your seat, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, just take your seat for a moment. Honorable Trollip.
Thank you, Chair. As you said, MKP had two speeches. They were very loud. Now Honorable Reddy is engaging in a dialogue very loudly, so we can't hear this debate.
No, indeed, I've dealt with that matter. Honorable Minister, order, all members, allow the minister to conclude the debate. Order. Honorable Minister, please proceed.
Honorable Chair, somebody has made to basic services. Amongst the amount we give to municipalities, included in that is basic services. More than 123 billion rand for basic services have been provided to municipalities. Again, we must read. No, I'm talking to the numbers. I'm talking to the numbers members referred to here. Some members refer to the World Bank debt. Again, it concerns my point, members. Some members don't read. When we table the budget, together with it, we table a document, a thick document called the budget review. In the budget reviews, there's pages and pages, a chapter devoted to this matter, which lists all the debts and all the terms, which means members don't read. Not a single member asked us during the questions, where does this mean? We've read the budget review. What does this mean? And if somebody is bold to come and say, yeah, something which is not contained in the budget review. Somebody makes a statement about the defense force. You know, one gentleman who shall remain nameless on the 17th of, on the 16th of December, 2017, makes an announcement about free education. That gentleman will be nameless for now. Make an announcement about free education. You know what happens? The only amount remaining in the special account of the defense force, 7 billion, was taken away to go and fund this free education. And somebody come and stand here as if something better was done during that period. And during the same period, 53 billion rand was taken out during that period. 53 billion rand from the defense force under the leadership of the president of this party. Under your leadership.
Order, honorable members. Order. We can't have order. Honorable Reddy, as the chief whip of the official opposition, I call on you to take charge of your members. We can't have this. Honorable Minister, please continue.
I must just thank the committee for an excellent work done under Dr. Maiman.
Honorable Minister,
committee for the work
please
well done. Thank you.
take your seat for a moment. Don't leave the podium. Honorable Mahotwe, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy I came in at the right time before the minister could get off the stage. I just want him, before he concludes, to educate this deputy minister about the wealth tax.
No, Honorable Mahotwe, that's not a
About
point of
issues
order.
And
that's not a
the
point of
public.
privilege,
I think
Honorable
the minister
Mahotwe.
did a proper
No,
statement
Honorable
about the
Mahotwe, you're out of order
Please,
now.
Minister, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Dagmore, why do you want to be recognized?
Chair, now I would like to be recognized because the honorable member who has just raised on a point of order, not once when the honorable member has made a point of order in this house, has it been consistent with the rules? You can ask a question or, but every time, so, does the chair, does the chair allow that conduct?
Yeah, no, thank you,
Allow that
Honorable
conduct?
You don't
Order, honorable members. Honorable Mahotwe. Honorable Mahotwe. I've not given you permission to engage in a dialogue with the Honorable Dagmore. Honorable Dagmore, members have a right to raise a point of order, and only when it becomes repetitive or disruptive, then it will be dealt with. Honorable Minister, you have 7 seconds.
7 seconds. Like Jesus Christ, these ones who are crucifying us, I say,
Thank you. Order. Order. Honorable members, that concludes order. That concludes the debate on the 2025 medium-term budget policy statement and the first reading debate on the Adjustments Appropriation Bill. Are there any objections to the Adjustments Appropriation Bill being read a first time?
Yes, please note the objection of the.
Yeah, I've not recognized you, Honorable Mahotwe. Don't now do that. The MK Party.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The MK Party wishes to object. Please have it recorded as such. Thank you very much.
Are there further hands? No, I've not yet. You've spoken without being recognized.
I was the first one to speak.
Yeah, but
even if you can deny us, but
please just raise your hand.
I said,
Honorable
please note the
Mahotwe.
objection of the EFF. I did.
Honorable Mahotwe, for the sake of good order, please raise your hand when you want to be recognized. I have a hand at the back, the UAT.
The UAT object.
Thank you. Are there further objections? With those 3 objections, the Secretary will read the bill a first time.
Adjustments Appropriation Bill.
The Secretary will now read the 15th order.
Consideration of votes and schedule, Adjustments Appropriation Bill.
Honourable members, I wish to thank parties for advising the staff on which votes they will record their objections and on which they intend dividing. This information will greatly assist the process for this session. The proceedings will initially take the form of a question and answer session. I shall put each vote in respect of which adjustments have been made, and in turn, members will have the opportunity to ask questions to the relevant minister in respect of these adjustments. I will get to you, Honourable Reddy. Let me just read the procedural arrangements. Each party has been allocated a global time for all votes. Members of the executive have up to 2 minutes to respond to all questions put per vote. Honourable members, there have been requests from parties that in some instances they will use their allocated time to rather make declarations instead of asking a question. This will also be allowed. Naturally, where a declaration instead of a question has been made, there will be no expectation for a reply. Once a party's time has expired, its members will not be allowed to put further questions. Members may put a question from the floor using the microphones in the chamber. Members will be recognized based on the list submitted by the parties. After the question and answer session, I will put the votes for decision. Members should also take note that vote 7, National School of Government, vote 15, Traditional Affairs, and vote 38, Tourism, have not been adjusted, and therefore there will be no questions and/or declarations on these votes. Before we proceed and I recognize members, I have on record, Honourable Reddy, why did you want to be recognized?
Thank you, House Chair. Just a clarity, we were informed by the table staff that it was not compulsory for parties to submit whether they object or whether they will be calling for division. So I just wanted clarity.
Indeed, I mean, the received list assists, but you are not bound to it. I think there was some pleas for members to be convinced during the debates even. So if you want to stand convinced, you're also welcome. I now, honorable members, put vote number 1, the presidency. I have on record that BOSA and the ANC will be asking questions. Before I go to them, are there any further parties that would want to ask a question? Okay, then I recognize BOSA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The question is directed to the Minister and the Presidency, trying to understand that if we're going to go through an adjustment appropriation bill, it becomes important for us to understand deeper whether are there any plans within the Presidency to rationalize the cabinet, thereby reducing the number of deputy ministers so that we can allocate that funding towards public security, or and alternatively on key projects such as the national dialogue and some of the expenditure that's been blown. Is there a view within the Presidency to adjust these expenditure in order to prioritize the citizens of this country? Thank you very much.
Thank you. The question from the ANC.
Thank you. Thank you, House Chair.
Honorable Mthuli, just hold on. Honorable members on the virtual platform, if you're not recognized, please remain muted. Honorable Mthuli.
Thank you very much, Chair. And the question is directed to the President. Given South Africa's leadership of the G20 in 2025 and the way in which it has demonstrated our ability as a nation to contribute to the creation of a just and equitable global order, noting that additional funds were allocated to support the G20 Social Summit and the Leaders Summit, what meaningful impact will the G20 President's outcome have on South Africa and the African continent? Thanks.
Thank you. The Minister in the Presidency.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I am ready to respond to the questions on behalf of the Presidency and on behalf of the Minister who is traveling abroad with the President. The first response to your question, or to the first question rather, honorable members, is the fact that Honorable Maiman would remember that when this national executive was constituted, the President inter alia expounded on the need for us to respect the will of the people. And because at a particular time, there would have been a government that would have been led by the ANC, a government that enjoyed parliamentary majority. In the aftermath of the provincial and national elections which took place in 2024, a different outcome was pronounced in the form of an outcome of the elections. And therefore, this cabinet, as the President has said previously and continues to say, is a reflection of the will of the people. And the President can or may, in the execution of his responsibility and in constituting cabinet, look at a variety of factors if he wants to effect changes. But those changes must, of course, be linked to performance. They must be linked to the ability of members of the national executive to be able to play a key role in executing their responsibility. We've already said, Chairperson, that 60% of the 441 that has been allocated for the national dialogue would be coming from savings incurred from departments. And we've also indicated that 40% will come from the private sector.
The 2 minutes has now expired. May I ask whether there is another minister in the Presidency or the President himself to reply to the ANC's question? Okay, if not, we move on. Honorable Mthuli, I'm sure you have other avenues to get your answer. I now put vote number 2, Parliament. There is no party that indicated prior to the meeting that they would want to ask a question? Nonetheless, is there any? If not, we move on to vote number 3, cooperative governance. I have the DA, the MK, BOSA, and the ANC. Let's firstly go to BOSA.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, municipalities currently collect between 60 and 65% of billed revenue, while National Treasury reports that over 160 municipalities are financially distressed or at risk of collapse. The adjustments bill provides 1.4 billion in disaster grants, but there's no intervention for revenue failure. How does the minister justify continued reactive bailouts when poor revenue collection directly results in water outages and other interruptions across the country?
Thank you. MK.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The Ministry's persistence emphasis on policy framework like the district development model, while conceptual sound for intergovernmental coordination increasingly appears disconnected from the deteriorated reality of municipal governance and infrastructure collapse. There is a growing dangerous divergence between technical audits improvements in some districts and lived experience of citizens facing systemic water and electricity failure. Parliament notes with concern that without a radical shift towards enforcing personal liability for financial misconduct and the professionalization of local administration, COGTA risks becoming a ministry of perpetual crisis management. Meaningful reform requires moving beyond monitoring toward aggressive enforcement and accountability across provinces. I thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. The DA.
Okay, COGTA's budget adjustment is 1.49 billion rand. This is to address the infrastructure needs after floods in the Eastern Cape in June of 2025. The Financial and Fiscal Commission identified 15 municipalities that needed disaster relief funding after adverse weather they experienced. Disaster leads to lives and homes lost, and even farmers who lose entire seasons of crops. But Chair, this department keeps on being reactive in its disaster efforts. After all, we know that fires are prone in Limpopo, the Free State, and the Western Cape. COGTA also knows where flood areas are, yet municipalities continue to allow communities to build below flood lines. Although disaster relief is welcome, we must be better prepared before disasters. The DA urges municipalities to adopt proactive risk management strategies and to keep their disaster plans up to date and develop where they don't exist. Chair, South Africans deserves a department that moves quicker than floodwaters and faster than the flames. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC. Is there a question from the ANC on cooperative governance? If not, then we move on. Is there a response from the minister?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and greetings to all honorable members and compliments of the new year. Indeed, Honorable Chair, I fully agree with members who raise the issue of being proactive when it comes to the municipalities that allow people to settle on areas that are prone to disaster. This is a program that we are championing and we are receiving a good cooperation. But these people have been there for decades. It cannot happen overnight, but I fully agree. This is what must be addressed, and we need a collective support, even from all political parties, when we start the program of encouraging people to leave the areas that are prone to disaster. As we know, the period in which we are under severe climate change. And when it comes to the issue of accountability, we are seeing a good improvement in terms of holding our municipalities accountable. Even this additional money, we are going to follow it to see to it that it is being accounted for, and any irregularity, consequence management are going to be taken as we are doing a close monitoring. I wouldn't want to be judged in terms of the past. I would want us to be judged in terms of what we are doing currently. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Glabisa. Please don't leave the platform. I am informed that the Honorable Zungula on the virtual platform has his hand up, and I think I stand guilty that I didn't inquire whether there were any further questions before I gave over to the Minister. Honorable Zungula.
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, it is a question to the Minister. Can I proceed?
Yes, do so.
Hlonitshwa, I want to ask with the budget that has been provided for the department, have you made an allowance or provisions for inkosi ezingabhatalwayo? I know for a fact that kukhona inkosi ezininzi that are doing work in terms of being public servants, servicing the communities, and they are recognized by ikumkani zazo, meaning there are inkosi that should be getting some form of a remuneration from the department as part of what the department does for ezinye inkosi. Have you made any provision for that? Particularly enyandeni, kukhona inkosi ezikhoyo enyandeni that are not paid. Have you made provision for that? Also, the issue of ikumkani yamahlubi and nesizwe samahlubi, which is something that has been ventilated for ixesha elide ukuba sinesizwe samahlubi esingarecognizwanga, sinekumkani yamahlubi that is not recognized, that is not receiving any form of assistance from the government and the department. What is your plans with regards to the taking care of ingonyama ulanga libalele wesibini, including nesizwe? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mr. Glabisa, I'll give you another minute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for the question from Honorable Zungula. Let me start with the traditional leaders who are performing their duties but not receiving any remuneration. Once a traditional leader has been officially recognized by the provincial government, then it follows that the remuneration must be given. The area in which Honorable Member is referring to, we will make a follow-up with the provincial government because it is the provincial government that recognize traditional leaders. With Inkosi Ulanga Balele Yamahlubi, there is a court judgment on that matter, which I wouldn't like Honorable colleague to respond to that matter in this platform because there is a standing court judgment. If that court judgment can be challenged, then His Majesty will be properly recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, vote for Government Communication and Information Systems. Nobody pre-notified us of any questions they want to ask. Are there any questions? Then we move on to vote 5, Home Affairs. I have Al Jamar, Action SA, the DA, and the ANC. Al Jamar. Honorable Ishmael Musa, is there a question to the Minister of Home Affairs?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. What are the timelines to bring the marriage bill to be voted on in Parliament? How will the bill comply with the Constitutional Court order that a Sharia marriage is a valid South African marriage, while there has been some accommodation by issuing a South African marriage certificate on presentation of a mosque-issued certificate of a Sharia marriage? Is the manager satisfied that the marriage bill, as it is en route for its final public participation, will comply with Constitutional Court order that a Sharia marriage is a valid South Africa marriage And what's the minister's position whether the legal consequences of a Sharia marriage must be in terms of the Sharia? Thank you.
Thank you. Action essay.
Thank you, House Chair. It is common cause that budgets reflect priorities. Alas, this budget reveals a dangerous one. Despite the Border Management Authority being central to national security, it continues to operate with inadequate funding and capacity while border-related crime intensifies. Can Minister Schreiber explain how the BMA is expected to secure our nation's borders with the current allocation under Vote 5? Furthermore, whether the GNU accepts and will own up to the responsibility of securing the security risks created as a consequence of this underfunding of the BMA. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA. Is there any
Honorable Chair, under the leadership of Leon Schreiber, the Department of Home Affairs is restoring credibility to a department that for too long failed the state and the public. These reforms matter because Home Affairs sits at the center of national security, economic growth, and the rule of law. Through Operation Vulindlela, the Trusted Tour Operation Scheme has brought more than 40,000 additional tourists into the country and supported 3,000 jobs. When systems work and red tape is removed, the economy responds. The electronic travel authorization is a further step forward. South Africa will soon capture the biometrics of every person entering the country, strengthening our border control, reducing fraud, and laying the foundation for a secure digital identity system. We support the increased allocation to the Border Management Authority, but the pressure at our borders over the festive season shows that the transfer of SAP's border function to the BMA must be accelerated. Minister Schreiber's reforms show that secure borders and economic growth are mutually reinforcing. That is how we grow the economy and create jobs for South Africans. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move to the ANC, Honorable Zungula, I've been notified that your hand is up. Do you want to ask a question to the Minister of Home Affairs?
Yes, Chair. My question is, Minister, the defense personnel that have been guarding the physical borders, or what is supposed to be physical borders, have decried the fact that there is no physical infrastructure. That is why it is easy for people to come in and outside of the country. It is easy for them to smuggle goods, vehicles, etc. Now, I want to ask Minister, what is your plan and why has it taken it so long after you've been appointed in the GNU that the country still does not have the full infrastructure in the full length and breadth of our borders to protect the country? Also, what systems do you have to ensure that the foreigners that come into our country, they stay within what is legally permissible? If they are here for a visa that lasts them 60 days, they do so. Because in Cape Town, Bedfordview, and other areas, there are white foreigners who are coming from Europe, from America, who overstay, and there is no system from your department to ensure that they are held accountable by being arrested and deported. However, the focus is always on the foreigners that are coming from nearby countries. So why aren't you not going after these wealthy foreigners, these white foreigners that are in Cape Town? Are you trying to increase the voter base of the DA by giving them citizenship, as you are clearly not...
Thank you, Honorable Zungula. Thank you. You have now also exhausted your global time as the ATM. The ANC... Is there a question to the Minister of Home Affairs from the ANC? Any further questions?
Thank you,
Minister,
Chair.
Honorable Chabane, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Wanted to check with the Minister of Home Affairs in relation to the challenges that confronting border management on the underfunding. What will be the plan moving forward, given that the Border Management Authority has demonstrated
funding being lined up, but the point stands that there is much more that needs to be done to get the BMA up to capacity. One of the key interventions in that regard, Chair, is of course related to self-financing, and the introduction of the electronic travel authorization presents a great opportunity for us to actually raise revenue from visa fees, being able to expand access to visas through this digital platform.
And by introducing a fee in that process, we will be able to generate additional funding for the BMA. So that is something that is going to assist. I think as it relates to the question around overstaying, again, the ETA is the critical instrument there. We have now had a soft launch around the G20 period with travelers from China, India, Mexico, and Indonesia. And what we're able to do there is capture biometrics for every foreigner that enters the country. And when they exit, they're supposed to provide that same biometric again. If someone does not provide the exit biometric within the 90 days, for example, we are then able to contact them to be able to use the application information they provided online to actually know who those people are that are overstaying. So that's going to be a key intervention. Chair, I think the question around the marriage bill is one for Parliament. That is currently a parliamentary process that is underway. And finally, on physical infrastructure, the public-private partnership for the redevelopment of the 6 busiest land borders is underway, and I think that that's going to be a crucial infrastructure step. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, we move on to National Treasury, vote 8. I have on my list, my apologies. We move on to international relations and cooperation. I have on my list BOSA, the IFP, the MKP, and the ANC. And I see the hand of the UDM. Any further parties indicating for international relations? Okay, I don't see any. So let's go to the UDM first. Honourable Kwankwa.
Oh, thank you, Chair. It's a declaration on our part. While we commend South Africa's firm stance against bullying, particularly from the United States, both before and after the G20, as well as its sterling work during the G20 summit, we are of the view that our posture should not be unnecessarily sensitive or emotional. In an increasingly complex and contested global environment, our approach must remain pragmatic, strategic, and firmly anchored in pursuit of South Africa's long-term national interests. More importantly, we believe that the time has come for the Government of National Unity to engage in a comprehensive and inclusive discussion on our country's foreign policy to ensure that it does not become the preserve of a single political party. A credible and sustainable foreign policy must be built on broad consensus, reflect our shared values, and advance collective national interests. Such an approach will strengthen policy coherence and enhance South Africa's international standing. As what is happening currently, we speak on all sides of our mouths, as the late Ndate Butelis would say. Thank you.
Thank you. Bosa.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Quick question to the Minister of International Relations. Our last commitment was that we are going to reduce the number of missions that we've got globally. Can you give an update on that so that we can make sure that we rationalize missions so that we can deliver actual trade value into the country? Thank you very much.
Thank you. The IFP.
Honourable Minister, have you actually conducted an assessment of the alignment between South Africa's current foreign policy ambitions, including the maintenance, as my previous colleague has actually mentioned, of an extensive network of diplomatic missions abroad and the department's prevailing budgetary constraints? And if so, what the outcomes of that assessment were? If not, what measures have you put in place to undertake such an assessment in the light of continued fiscal pressures facing the department?
Thank you. The MK Party.
Honorable Speaker, what the United States did to Venezuela in January was a violation of the UN Charter and international rule of law. MKP condemns the illegal invasion of Venezuela's territorial sovereignty for oil, land, and resources theft. MKP mourns the senseless murder of innocent Venezuelans and Cubans to force a regime change as part of a wider strategy to reimpose colonialism through military force across the Western Hemisphere, Middle East, and Africa under the renamed Dunn Road doctrine. The US president's colonial ambitions are now clear, and from day one has been against South Africa, falsely accusing South Africa of the now widely debunked white genocide, even receiving so-called Afrikaner refugees. This anti-South African narrative can be used as justification for American intervention in South African sovereign affairs. MKP therefore welcomes the BRICS Naval War for Peace joint exercises and thanks China, Russia, and Iran for participating to defend peace and justice as force projection and physical military deterrence against US military aggression. MKP decries the hollowing out of SANDF by ANC GNU government with 8 years of budget cuts, resulting in South Africa having no credible air, sea, or land defense. This is not incompetence, that is exposure. MKP will reverse this completely.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, in line with the commitment to advancing South Africa's foreign policy through strong multilateralism and the African agenda, the Adjustment Appropriation Bill reflects shifts in Program 5, which is international transfers, including reductions in certain membership fee and operations lines for international organizations. What will be the impact of the shift on our financial obligation to international organizations? Thank you very much.
Thank you. One last chance for anyone who didn't give a pre-indication. If not, the Honorable the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The Minister is unable to respond. I'm requested to stand in on his behalf.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to your good self and the esteemed members of this august House and the general population of South Africans that are watching us. Chairperson, I think let me start first by appreciating the questions as they are coming from members of this august House, and indeed, listening to all the questions, all of us, I think, were committed towards making sure that we continue to champion our foreign policy and also champion our national interest as a country. With regard to the issue of us having to deal with the current geopolitical developments that we find ourselves in, I think you saw that when the situation happened in Venezuela, we were the first ones as South Africa to issue a statement condemning that military aggression of the US, and we were the first ones to call on the United Nations Security Council to meet and reflect on this issue, because once we allow this aggression.
Honorable Deputy Minister, will you just take your seat, please? Why do you want to be recognized, Honorable Member?
House Chair, there is a minister and 2 deputy ministers. Not one of them are available here. It tells us that they're not taking this seriously. Is this
Deputy Minister?
Where is the
Honorable members? Honorable member.
I'm sorry.
Order.
I'm quite shocked.
Honorable members, order.
I hear that this is the deputy minister.
Order.
My apologies.
Order.
No, don't.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Just calm down. Honorable members. The longer, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, and may I also appeal to the whips. The longer you take with this type of shouting at order, the longer you take with this type of shouting at each other, the longer we are going to stay here. So please, let's take into account that there are presiding officers who can rule. The member has raised a point of order, which is not sustained because the Honorable Deputy Minister is on the floor. Please continue.
Thank you very much.
Order.
I was still saying that the US military aggression in Venezuela will continue to undermine the process of making sure that we do have international law that needs to be respected and the sovereignty of other nations. And I believe Honorable Reddy needs to pay attention to this issue so that he can also agree that through our foreign policy, we'll always make it a point that we stand with those that are oppressed, including the Western Sahara people, the Palestinian people, and also those that are facing conflict in Sudan and also in the DRC.
Honorable Deputy Minister, your time has expired. Thank you. Honorable members, as explained earlier, order, honorable members. Yes, Honorable Maimane.
Chairperson, the minister went on an international, the deputy minister spoke on a number of issues, but did not respond to questions. Other members asked questions. It becomes unfair when we spend time on protocol, on domestic and broadening issues, rather than responding to questions. I think it's unfair to the process, Honorable.
Thank you, honorable member. There's a time restriction on the honorable order, honorable members. There is a time restriction, honorable members, both on the parties in terms of time allocation that was agreed to, by the way, by all the whips. And that is what we are following and implementing. And when you have reached a certain point when your time is expired, it's expired. I will request, though, that those who respond to these inputs divide their times in such a way that they are able to refer to those questions that has been asked in order to ensure that there is a reply. Honorable members, Honorable Swart.
Yes, Chair, may I just amplify the point that was just raised? I understood that the follow-up questions should relate to the adjustment appropriations and the figures. And where there is an opportunity for a comment, then the ministers can respond. But surely those critical questions that were put should be responded to before general statements are made. And I'd maybe ask you to rule. It's difficult. I do appreciate from your side with time constraints, but that is the essence, is the financial aspects. Thank you.
Yes, honorable members, the Honorable Swart is raising an important point. Order. The honorable member is raising an important point. We are dealing here with adjustments, not with broad policy issues. So when a member raises broad policy issues, that's fine, you can do so, it's your time. But we expect that there is a response in terms of the questions that deals with the adjustments that has been made. It's not a general question session that we are in. So if we can just focus on that. Honorable members, as explained, vote number 7 has not been adjusted. I will put vote number 8, National Treasury. There is request for interventions from Rise Mzansi. Rise Mzansi.
Again, some question to the Minister of Finance. Now that we are in the middle of the impacts of the climate change and we're experiencing it firsthand, and you had just given additional funds to deal with this impact, how will National Treasury ensure that it proactively funds efforts to mitigate the impact of climate change and the disasters that the South Africans are experiencing? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Al-Jama. Are you taking a question?
No question.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. It's very crystal clear that the traveling services provided by municipalities such as water, electricity, sanitation, and solid waste management are becoming unreliable due to inadequate investment in operations and maintenance. And 2 billion rands has been allocated, 2 additional billion rands has been allocated through the development financing grant. And what is the intended impact of this allocation? And how will the reform increase investment in the service to improve reliability? Thank you.
The Honorable Zungula, I see you have your hand up. What is the reason for your intervention?
Question, Chair.
No, your time has expired. You don't have any more times left. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. The first one, the mitigate the impact is not a funding issue. It's a planning issue. Let me just give an example. If people build houses, for instance, in a place which is prone to disasters, we've got to plan together to make sure that planning, people don't build houses at that place. But to the extent that they are, I'm just giving you an example, if then they've got to be a funding to achieve that objective, and then we'll have to fund that. Insofar as the 2 billion, as I understand it, which relates to the metro or trading system, is to ensure that the bulk infrastructure of the metros is maintained effectively and also attract investment together working with those monsters to that infrastructure. That's precisely what we want to do. First, to improve the performance of the park infrastructure in the metros. B, to attract private sector investment to work with the metros in funding that infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I will now proceed to vote number 9, planning, monitoring and evaluation. Are there any interventions? Any questions? There's none indicated. We'll proceed to vote number 10, electricity and energy. We've requested slots for asking questions from MK. MK, do you still want to ask your question? Electricity and energy? None. The ACDP? Electricity and energy? Yeah.
Chair, have you called for the ACDP?
I'm going to give MK the opportunity and then I'll come to you, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair.
As MKP, we express our utter disgust on the issue of the 54 billion accounting error by NERSA, which ESCOM has confirmed will be passed on to the electricity consumers. In a country ranked among the most unequal in the world, with a Gini coefficient of 0.67, unemployment rate of 31.9%, and youth unemployment standing at 58.5% for those aged 15 to 24, and 38% for those aged 25 to 34. This decision reflects a GNU that is indifferent to the plight of South Africans in general, and the poor and the unemployed, indigent in particular. In a society defined by high unemployment, inequality, and poverty, it is indefensible that citizens should be the ones to bear the brand of incompetency by organs of the state. As MKP, our fight is based on total emancipation of the proletariat, whom the GNU continues to fail. I would like to congratulate my daughter for passing a matric with distinctions. Gwaza Mkondo, Gwaza!
Order, Honorable Members. The ACDP.
Thank you, Chair. Minister,
Order,
the
Honorable Members.
Minister, the ACDP recalls your statement of intent to reduce the cost of electricity in South Africa.
Order, Honorable Thring. Honorable members in the House, can we please give due respect to the members who are also online so that the ministers are in a position to respond to the issues that they are raising. Thank you very much. The Honorable Thring.
Chair, can I start again?
Yes,
Minister, the ACDP recalls your statement of intent to reduce the cost of electricity in South Africa, understanding that for hundreds of thousands of South Africans, electricity has become unaffordable, with many having to choose between buying food or purchasing electricity and driving up energy poverty. The NERSA almost 78 billion Eskom tariff bungling in 2025 has not only has the potential to significantly increase electricity tariffs in the coming years, but also to increase inflation as an administered cost. And the ACDP as Kingdom Builders asserts that the NERSA bungling cannot be transferred to the taxpayer. Now, Minister, can you inform the nation as to what your concrete plans are to, one, ensure that the taxpayer does not carry NERSA's bungling can, and what is your plan to reduce the cost of electricity within dedicated timeframes? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, our Chair. I would like to check probably with the Minister with the current budget reduction of 12.3 million for the electricity and energy for different programs such as administration, energy planning, policy development, nuclear energy regulation and management, state-owned company support services. Will the department be able to achieve its annual performance plans and its key performance areas? And what is the impact of this reduction in the budget on the programs? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and good afternoon to you and the members, and thanks for the questions. Just to state that we have stated on record, having stated that we are going to take every steps necessary to ensure that we address the exponential increase in the electricity tariff. We are of the opinion that the exponential rise in the price of electricity is significantly eroding the disposable income of households and is making business uncompetitive. In this regard, we have proposed that a number of interventions. So the first one in relation to addressing the pressure on the households, especially those in the far-flung rural areas, we did say that we're going to be deploying new technology to ensure that we address the cost of primary energy. We have already launched the first phase of this project in Musina. 2 villages already are benefiting from this. Is a hybrid solution of PV and also battery storage. We have an intention of rolling this out to about 50 villages across the length and breadth of the country. And then secondly, we said that there's no efficient application of the indigent allocation. This is a provision that is made to poor households to provide relief in relation to the price of electricity. And there's over 2.1 million households that qualify for this, but only 400,000 are benefiting from this. In this regard, we are accelerating the rollout of prepaid smart meters that will make it possible for us to have direct support to the end consumer. Of course, we will be working with municipalities because they are key in ensuring that we are able to register households that qualify to be indigent, and therefore this support will be made available to them. Thirdly,
Minister, your time is now expired. Thank you.
Okay.
Honourable members, we'll proceed to vote number 11, Public Service and Administration. There's no request for intervention. As well as vote number 12, the Public Service Commission. There's no request for questions, which takes us to vote number 13, Public Works and Infrastructure. The DA.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to direct the question to the Minister. The FNPPR Construction Confidence Index has reached its highest level in 11 years. Now, this is encouraging, and I think one would like to know how the Minister is doing to keep this momentum while making sure that we also deal with the challenges in maintenance, for example, so that when we build more, we are able to maintain the current property portfolio. And lastly, one would like to know how the Minister is going to intervene in the challenges in the built environment. We've seen a number of buildings collapsing, and while one understands that some of the regulations falls outside the Minister's department, but I think it's important for us to hear from the Minister what steps is he going to take to streamline these building regulations so that we make sure that there's compliance with buildings in the country so that we avoid this catastrophe. Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you very much, Chair. The South African's public works and infrastructure entities have continued to face deep-seated challenges that hamper the delivery, maintenance, and strategic advancement of critical public infrastructure. A central issue has been funding fruitless and wasteful expenditure and the human resource and governance weaknesses within the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. And its portfolio entities were highly vacancy rates, especially in senior leadership roles, have stalled decision-making, undermined strategic oversight, and threatened basic service delivery. With regards to the appropriation, how do you plan to generate income for all these entities under Public Works and Infrastructure, increase their performance in order to make sure that the service delivery initiatives and targets are met effectively?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon to yourself and the honourable members. Let me thank the two honourable members for the questions. And indeed, I think that we can be greatly encouraged by the latest news that builds on the great job numbers that we saw in Q3 of 130,000 new jobs created in the construction sector. That was 50% of all new jobs created in the country. And our FNB have said that their construction index is at 11-year high. And so obviously we have to continue with that momentum. And I think that that momentum has been built in the last 18 months on working with the industry, on listening to the industry, on bringing industry experts in to the fold, and also ensuring that our entities are well equipped and well placed to be able to assist the construction sector, particularly through the Council for the Built Environment and the Construction Industry Development Board. Of course, the point that the Honourable Member makes around building regulations is critically important. I think what we've seen over the two tragic building collapse events is a fragmentation of the building environment that spans over a number of national departments, as well as through municipal and provincial government. And we this year will be planning to take a document to Cabinet that will look at ensuring that the mandate of the built environment fully rests within the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, so that we have a fully holistic view of the building environment to ensure that there's coordination and execution. With regards to our entities, I think we have a number of our entities that are really performing well, and of course we do have some entities that continue to struggle. We have to look at a self-revenue generating model that allows them to be able to provide more value for money to clients, not just within government, but externally, and thereby be able to slightly charge a little bit
Minister,
more.
your time has expired. Thank you. Honourable members,
Thank you.
there's no interventions for vote 14. Vote 15, traditional affairs, has not been adjusted. I thus put to you vote number 16, basic education. There's request for questions from the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, House Chair. The adjustment budget for basic education is a necessary intervention that directs funding to areas of long-standing need. An additional 376 million has been allocated largely to school infrastructure, disaster repairs, and the Western Cape Rapid School Build Program. This is welcomed as there must be a focus on classrooms, water, sanitation, and safe learning environments. The adjustment budget also reinforces learner support programs, including continued funding for the NSP, which is pivotal in improving access, retention, and outcomes. But the facts are concerning. Only one school built against a target of 30. No schools have been provided with water by mid-year against a target of 100. And chronic delays in infrastructure delivery point to deep implementation failures within the system, which provinces must account for. This adjustment budget must translate into faster delivery and tighter oversight so that learners and teachers feel the impact where it matters the most in the classroom. I thank you.
MK.
Honourable Speaker, MK Party congratulates the class of 2025 for doing amazingly well, and also salutes KZN for leading the pack. Chair, this is hard-earned achievement considering the effect of cumulatively dilapidated school infrastructure, shortage of teachers and books, endemic corruption affecting the national school nutrition program, collapsed scholar transport services, and deplorable water and sanitation conditions across 9 provinces, particularly in the most neglected rural, township, and farm communities. Clearly, the 454 million budget increase was allocated with gross lack of understanding the challenges and the failures by the department, as without proper performance baselines. If not, this is continued deliberate neglect of education system, which has been evident since the beginning of the Tumamina fiasco, characterized by budget cuts across the departments responsible for providing the social services. Hence, Umkhonto sees will reject this budget adjustment. Mandla.
VFF Plus.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. We want to know if the Minister is confident that the adjustment will be sufficient to include grade R into the new basic education system as the new law mandates. I thank you.
Bosa.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister, given that the recent report indicates the fact that 24,000 learners across the country have not been placed, most severely impacted being Gauteng, will the adjustment budget, given that much of it is focused on ECD, be able to attend to the question of how do we enroll particularly grade 1 learners who have not been placed, despite what their assessment criteria will be? Thank you very much.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we just want to check to the minister, how will she ensure the additional allocation environment provided to the basic education vote, particularly those directed at education, infrastructure, rehabilitation, and early childhood development are implemented timelessly and translated into measurable improvements in learning conditions and outcomes, especially in provinces that were affected by disasters. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, and thank you to the members for the question. The answer around whether or not the adjustment will make provision for grade R, to the Honorable Member, what we are doing is we are engaging with Treasury around how we can shift some funding to try and buffer the need for compulsory grade R in the various provinces. We are obviously concerned about the fact that we have not received additional funding for grade R, and so we have to try and help provinces buffer that need. Honorable Maimane asked the questions around the unplaced, particularly grade 1 and grade 8 learners. Honorable members, and I think the House, what I can do is to make an assurance that provinces are working extremely hard to make sure that all learners are placed and are placed at the very least in time. The reality is that provinces are experiencing extreme pressures, particularly in provinces such as Gauteng and the Western Cape, where we are seeing inward migration. And so what provinces are going to be doing is trying to make sure that all learners who are at least applying are going to be placed in schools. They may not be placed in the schools that they desire, but we have a constitutional obligation to make sure that all learners are placed. With regards to the infrastructure that Honorable Member had asked, we are lucky enough that in the adjustment budget, there has been allocation, particularly to the Eastern Cape and to KwaZulu-Natal, with regards to the storm damage that was done from a disaster management point of view. So we are confident that the provinces will be able to spend that money to make sure that those schools are repaired as soon as possible. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you. Honourable members, I now put to you vote number 17, higher education. I recognize the MK party.
Honourable Chair, the crisis in higher education and training is daily struggle for students, characterized by NSFAS delays, unpaid allowances, hunger, accommodation shortages, and deteriorating TVET infrastructure. The GNU budget fails to address these issues, promoting austerity while students face exclusion and debt. The TVET colleges, vital for producing the artisan and entrepreneurs, remain underfunded and undervalued. The allocation of 48.7 billion rands for NSFAS and student support is inadequate for the 1.7 million enrolled students, leaving many unfunded and hungry. This budget prioritizes austerity over the future of the working class youth, neglecting the significant potential of the TVET colleges. Forward with free, decolonized, and Afrocentric education. Amandla.
The EFF.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yesterday, all of us were celebrating the matric pass rate, saying roughly over 656,000 learners have passed matric. Of that number, at least 345,000 of them passed with a bachelor's pass, which means they meet the most basic requirements to be admitted for a bachelor's degree. But there's no space in post-school education. Even by the numbers that the department has presented, which we object to them because we believe that they are incredibly inflated. But even with the numbers that the minister has presented, there is still well over 130,000 learners who are not going to find space in post-secondary education. And now, Minister, when I say post-secondary, I'm not talking university. I'm talking university, TVET colleges, CET colleges, skill centers, CETAs, all of them. Can you give us assurance that each and every learner that passed matric is going to find themselves in one or the other post-school education centers that are here in South Africa? Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Given the ongoing NSFAS funding shortfall, currently affecting about 140,000 students. What is the view of the minister regarding the long-term fiscal sustainability of NSFAS financing, particularly regarding future funding requirements and mechanism to mitigate the historical student debt, as we of the view that education should not be commodified? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister of Higher Education. Is there a Deputy Minister? The Honourable Minister, I'm informed the order. I'm informed the Honourable Minister is online, but somehow he's not connecting. Honourable Member, what we will do is, we will come back to this specific vote, number 17, and I will give the Honourable Members the opportunity to raise those questions again. May I also ask that the relevant members of Cabinet be informed that we are busy with this important session and they must be available, or designate a Deputy Minister to reply to the questions. It's unacceptable that we go through these processes and the member of the executive is not available. In the meantime, I'll move on to vote number 18, health. The EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. The PEPFAR funding leaves a big...
Honourable Member, can you just speak into the microphone, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. The PEPFAR funding leaves a big gap, much more than admissible by the department. This was made obvious to the committee in the oversight conducted by the response personnel to victim care of rape victims in Duzela centers, and the support provided by the NGO community in these centers who were funded by PEPFAR and not government. To date, there has been no response and tangible progress in covering the overt and indirect impact. We want to know from the minister what the actual plan is. What is the overall impact in numerical data on jobs and services, and how is the department planning to respond to addressing this matter? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Action SA.
Our public healthcare system is under severe strain with persistent staff shortages, long waiting hours, deteriorating infrastructure, and recurring medicine stockouts that compromise patient care. At the same time, public health facilities are legally required to provide services to all who present themselves, including foreign nationals, regardless of documentation status, which places additional pressure on an already overstretched system. Can the Minister indicate whether the adjusted budget is sufficient to adequately meet the healthcare needs of South African citizens, and what measures are being implemented to ensure that limited public healthcare resources are managed sustainably, fairly prioritized, and do not further disadvantage South Africans who rely on this healthcare system?
Bosa.
No question from Bosa.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Noting the current standing of 5.6 million out of the 6 million target of clients in antiretroviral treatment, how will the 590 million special appropriation for the comprehensive HIV and AIDS component be used to reach the remaining clients by the end of the financial year? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister. You have 2 minutes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I think there's an over-exaggeration of the amount of help that we're getting from PEPFAR. In the 27 districts where PEPFAR is, there are more than 2,700 public health facilities or clinics. PEPFAR was only funding 12 clinics. So we have lost 12 clinics. It's not that we have lost the whole world. And we have tried to readjust the budget and transfer some of the people to the government clinics.
Those who are refusing is because of the issue of stigma. And we are busy trying to see what we are going to do because of the stigma. So it's not that the whole world has fallen apart. Honorable members, South Africa spends 46.8 billion rand on HIV, AIDS, and TB. And out of that, PEPFAR was responsible for 7.8 billion. The whole 46.8 came from the government. Honorable Trolip, not at all. There's no way this adjustment will be enough to cover the healthcare needs of all South Africans, because we've got two healthcare systems. Healthcare needs are met for those who have medical aid, like yourself and me. That's 14% of the population. 86% of the population who are not meeting their health needs. That's why we want universal health coverage to do so, which you call NHI, which is now in court. How are we going to reach the 1.1 million people? We are not depending on this money that has been adjusted. We have made rearrangements in February last year, on the 25th, when we launched 1.1 million Close the Gap campaign. The people are looking for to make our 95, 95, 95 are 1.1 million. And we've already got quite a large number of them. These are the people who were on ARVs and opted out. All we are doing is to bring them back so that we reach our 95, 95, 95.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I put to you vote number 19, social development. There's a request from the Patriotic Alliance.
Thank you, Chair. May the Honorable Minister please specify exactly which programs or beneficiary groups will receive immediate relief from this adjustment? How much will each receive, and what safeguards are in place to ensure that future fiscal shortfalls do not once again come at the expense of the poorest households? Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC. Is there a question from the ANC? There's none. Please proceed, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, thank you, Honorable Member, for the question. The DST Portfolio Committee, the portfolio benefited from the adjustment appropriation bill of the 2025-26. On the adjustment estimates of national expenditure, that was tabled in Parliament in October 2025. An amount of 1.69 billion rand was approved for rollover for payment of COVID-19 social relief of distressed beneficiaries who were approved in the 2024-25. We are unable to say which provinces, but to give that figure on exactly how much we would be getting. The department had requested a complete rollover of 2.169 billion rand, but the National Treasurer approved 1.169 billion. Of this amount, an amount of 1 billion is unspent fund that was declared on social grants due to lower than projected beneficiaries for the child support grant in the previous year. It is important that I highlight that the reduction in number of CSG beneficiaries is not necessarily a sign of exclusion, but rather an outcome of streamlined systems that ensure only legitimate qualifying individuals receive support, improve payment efficiency, help eliminate duplication, fraud, and administrative errors, which naturally reduces the number of beneficiaries without undermining the integrity of the system. Honorable Chair, this additional allocation to the social assistance program for the COVID-19 social relief of distress come handy because, as the Honorable Member is correctly saying, this is a vital form of support for millions of unemployment and vulnerable South Africans. Every month, approximately more than 7 million eligible beneficiaries between the ages of 18 and 59 years receive COVID-19 SRD. During the tabling of the medium-term budget policy statement, the Minister of Finance, extended the
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Your time is now expired.
26-27 financial year. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The next vote I'm putting to you is vote number 20, women, youth, and persons with disabilities. MK?
I would like to congratulate Matric for those who passed and those who never passed. As MKP, we speak for those left behind, poor youth, women face unemployment, gender-based violence, and economic exclusion. The youth is trapped in mass jobless, unemployed, sitting at 46.1%, while children endure hunger, unsafe school. People living with disabilities suffers the worst, feel neglected. At Manchin Lincoln Special School in Umlazi, learners do not have conducive accessible bathroom. Educators are forced to carry children so that they can relieve themselves. This is a violation of dignity, constitutional rights, and show how little our government cares for the vulnerable. Such conditions expose the failure of the so-called GNU to protect the most vulnerable. As we are special when voting, let our facility be special too, also from employment, and I encourage both disabled human being grant to be not stopped when reaches 18 years of age. People for sign language to be communicated, employed in government sectors as disabled faces problem when traveling alone. Kwaza mkhonto kwaza.
The ANC.
Thanks, Zoe. Monitoring and evaluations are not optional administrative functions, but strategic instruments that ensure service delivery. How effective are the current monitoring and evaluation systems within the department, including how priority research areas are identified and aligned with national priorities? Thank you very much.
The Honorable Minister. The Honorable Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, or the Deputy Minister. Honorable members, the same applies to this vote. We'll come back to it after we've completed the others. Yes.
House Chair, this is intolerable. We cannot expect ministers who are paid quite well, deputy ministers, they know about this meeting and they don't come here today. It tells you how seriously they don't take this seriously at all. We take this quite seriously, House Chair. And these ministers and these deputy ministers need to be held to account. We can see that even the deputy ministers have no job to do. They're wasting the time and the money of our people.
Honorable Reddy, I'm told that the Honorable Minister Shikunga is now online and that she had some issue with connecting. The Honorable Minister Shikunga.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Honorable
Chairperson.
members, order. Please proceed, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Can I request the member maybe to repeat the question? I apologize.
Honorable members, order, honorable members. I do have the Honorable Minister on the line. You see, this is what I'm talking about. It's really prolonging our time if we do not have the members of the executive online and following the proceedings, because we must repeat, and it delays order. It delays the business of the House. So I'm going to allow the Honorable Member of MK to repeat what he said earlier, and then I'll go back to the ANC. He left the House. The ANC.
Thanks, House Chair. Now, Minister was saying that monitoring and evaluations are not optional administrative functions, but strategic instruments that ensure service delivery. How effective are the current monitoring and evaluation systems within the department? And also, how are the priority areas for research identified and how are they aligned with the national priorities? Thank you very much.
Thank you. There was a request for an intervention at the back, the Honorable Maimane.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, I want to endorse your view when you say that when ministers and deputy ministers are not in the House, that this delays the process. Except what I'd like to request as a step forward is that this House takes a view that picks this matter up with the leader of government business. It cannot be that Parliament must be hamstrung with ministers that are not available. Otherwise, this process is simply meaningless. I request of you to take this matter up seriously, Honorable House Chair.
Yes, no, thank you. Thank you, honorable members. We will deal with that matter, and I must also indicate to the House that there are sanctions that can be applied, but I'll leave it to the relevant committee to deal with it. The Honorable Minister. Minister
Thank you very
Chikunga.
much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me also apologize for taking long to respond to the question. How we do the monitoring of our work, we look first at the MDTP, Medium-Term Development Plan of government, but we also look at our strat plan, and we look at the work of other departments, and we coordinate that. On any issue that pertains to women, youth, but in particular persons with disabilities, as the question is asking, we then ensure that departments put that in their strat plan, as we did with the medium-term development plan. And then, of course, we also put the work of monitoring in our own strat plan and annual performance plan. We look also at the department that we regard as being the priority for that year. And then, of course, we emphasize on them, looking at the resources that we have, whether you speak about the human resources or financial resources, but we are able to do the monitoring in the manner in which we would want to, definitely not because of the resources that we have, but we are still doing it as a department. I thank you very much, Chairperson, and I apologize sincerely for taking long to respond to the question. I do apologize.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, order. There is no request for questions on vote 21. I move to vote 22, correctional services. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, House Chair. Chair, just to add on the point that was deliberated on by you, we've asked on many occasions that we have these sittings in one place. We always have the SONA and the budget speech where all members of parliament are sitting in one place. Now, this time around, we treated this process as if it's a by-the-way thing. That's why a lot of our members are sitting on the online platform. We shouldn't have had that in the first place. And we argued as the EFF to try to avoid exactly what we're dealing with now. So please, let's have parliament running efficiently and effectively while we are sitting all of us in the same place. We can't reduce the budget speech as if it's just another set of a meeting. This is a very important meeting that delivers on the promises that we made to our people.
Thank you, honorable member. Your views are noted. Order. Correctional services, vote 22, the Patriotic Alliance.
Thank you, Chair, members of the House. Minister, how much of this additional allocation is
Honorable members, you are now disrupting the member on the floor. You're unfair. Let us hear what the member have to say so that the members of the executive are able to respond. You're complaining that they are not on the platform, but you're also not paying attention in the House. Please. I'll come back to you, Honorable Reddy. Please proceed with your question.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, how much of this additional allocation is directed specifically at reducing overcrowding, especially those ones that is costing South Africa 11 million a day, and improving inmate safety? And what concrete indicators such as reduce inmates to staff ratio or improve rehabilitation outcomes will Parliament be able to measure within this next 12 months? I thank you.
Honorable Reddy.
Honorable House Chair, may I suggest to assist the process that before we begin the questions, if you could check if the minister is in the House, so we'll know whether the minister is in, rather than continue with asking the question and only to find later the minister is not in the House.
Okay, we are actively doing that with the staff here on the table, but it's difficult to regulate the behavior of people who are supposed to be available. Rise Mzansi.
Thanks very much, Chair. Want to ask the minister, how will the department use the adjustment budget to work with the Department of Justice and Constitutional Affairs to bring about the much needed bail and alternative sentencing reforms. Councillor Schnell.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, the adjustment includes self-financing expenditure for offender gratuities funded through revenue generated from offender labor. How does the department ensure transparency, fair labor practices in the generation and utilization of this revenue? I thank you, House Chair.
The Honorable Minister. The Honorable Minister of Correctional Services.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, and all of the best wishes for 2026 for all the honorable members. Honorable Chair, I want to start as the honorable member has just said. We must remember that this adjustment is of self-financing. It means, and the amount of 1,252 million was collected from offender labor in the previous financial year, and it is now appropriate back to correctional services to supplement offender gratuity payments for offenders working in the department. The self-financing amount and adjustment to 2025 appropriation is in line with approval from National Treasury. So it's not really an adjustment in terms of more money from the main budget, but it is self-financing. As far as the 3,080 million is concerned, the following environments of funds were approved by the accounting officer and are included in the 25 of this adjustment appropriation. And of course, the amount was shifted from goods and services under offender development to payments for capital assets to procure capital assets for production workshops, plant and animal production. The machinery and equipment procured include tractors, scalding tank, vent cutters, and hydraulic garage presses. So what I say, and I think to answer the question, how it is going to contribute to overcrowding, it's not going to have a direct effect on the overcrowding. It is actually going to enhance the rehabilitation process as such.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Your time is now expired. We'll proceed to vote number 23, Defence, the EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. In light of the increasingly dangerous and unstable global environment, particularly the erratic and aggressive imperialist actions of the United States of America and its fascist president, does the Minister agree that it is now critically urgent to raise the South African National Defence Forces budget to at least 1.5% of GDP? And is she prepared to insist with the President that this be implemented forthwith as a matter of urgency to initiate the rebuilding of the SANDF, enabling us to confront the threats posed by the aggressive posture of the United States of America against South Africa? Furthermore, does the Minister agree that additional resources must urgently be allocated to develop a nuclear armaments program as an essential defense deterrent? Thank you.
The IFP.
Thank you, House Chair. Honourable Minister, in light of the fact that the deployed team in the DRC was faced with horrible situations where the members of the SNDF had to buy for themselves the tents and the boats as they were deployed there. Now that the other deployment has been again sent to the DRC, or Minister, in light of the prevailing fiscal constraints, what assessments has the department undertaken to ensure that the SNDF deployments are adequately equipped, accommodated, and provided with sufficient logistical support, including food and medical supplies, to guarantee operational readiness and mission successes? If not, why not? If so, what are the relevant details? Thank you.
Thank you. Action SA.
Thank you, House Chair. How does this budget address the SANDF's inability to meet its core constitutional mandate of defending South Africa's territorial integrity, secure our borders, and support internal security? What concrete funded interventions in Vote 23 will restore operational capability? Thank you.
Thank you. Rise Mzansi.
Okay, so we have long supported an increase in the defense budget, as long as there's a coherent plan that accompanies it. So I want to check with the minister, how will the department eradicate the corruption and the poor governance within the SANDF? Thanks very much.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, with the extra allocation through the special defense account for programs such as force employment, landward defense, Air Force, maritime acquisitions of upgrading of main defense weapon systems and technology, how will this adjustment assist with meaningful equipment readiness and operational effectiveness and long-term capabilities? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me also thank colleagues or honorable members for the questions and compliments to all members. Chair, I almost agree with most of the points that members have raised. I agree with Honorable Kani House about the need to really increase the budget of the Defence Force. And it's something that we've been raising frequently. Even the percentages that he's raising, we even said they could be phased in to reach that 1.5 so that we also don't have a boom effect to the treasury. And it's something that we really would wish Parliament, Cabinet, and ourselves, because we've been pushing for it. So I agree with you. About the nuclear plan, I think it will be plans that will be discussed broadly, but currently I want to agree with him on the first point. On the deployment of soldiers in the DRC, I can assure members that we have done all we could within a very constrained budget to make sure that the basic things are in place, your tents, your supplies, and all the necessary things. And we have adopted, I think, a commitment that it should be soldier first. So the things that our soldiers need are prioritized above everything else. And I will be repeating the same question that indeed, our budget, we've said it repeatedly, it's inadequate for all the things that we need to do. What we have currently, just enough to keep the country safe. But some of the bigger things within this very difficult environment, we're not able to do. And that's why, again, we hope that when the real budget comes in March, we will be able to be given more money. We can move from the percentage we're in, even if we don't reach 1.5, but if we can move at least to 1 or 1.2, and agree with members, and I do hope that they will support us. That there are plans to use the money, that we will be able to use the money. I can assure members that the plans are in place around issues of corruption and fraud. It's something that with my colleagues, the deputy ministers, we're constantly engaged to make sure that indeed we can protect the government, we can protect the defense from all forms of malfeasance and all corruption. So, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Yeah, I thank members. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. I put vote number 24. There are no requests for questions. I now put vote number 25, Justice and Constitutional Development. Yes, Honorable Member.
Chairperson, when I looked at the virtual platform, I saw that the Minister of Higher Education is here. So my worry with you delaying for him to come and respond is that by the time he comes back, he may not remember the questions that were asked him.
No, you can ask your question again at the time.
You'll give me another opportunity.
Yes,
All right.
we'll go through it again. Vote number 25, Justice and Constitutional Development. There's requests from the FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, regarding the appointment of Advocate Andy Motibi as the head of the NPA from 1 February 2026, the total remuneration of the head of the NPA is far less than that of the head of the SIU. Will the remuneration of the head of the NPA be increased with Advocate Motibi's appointment? And if so, how will this increase and subsequent related increases be funded in light of the fact that the allocation for compensation of employees of the NPA in the adjustment appropriation has been reduced? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. Rise Mzansi.
Thanks very much. Minister, what efforts will the department undertake to decrease the number of persons incarcerated for being unable to pay the bail amounts of less than 1,000 rand? Thanks very much.
Bosa. Thank you. Minister, given the fact that the adjustment here today increases our ability to hold people to account and court capacity, is there additional funding that will be given to the NPA in order to ensure that we can deal with the prosecutorial aspect of the matter? And whether if we want Advocate Motibe to succeed, will we increase funding to the NPA so that we can get better prosecutions post the Madlanga Commission?
Al-Jama.
Honorable Minister, kindly advise whether the current budget allocation to the department provides for the long outstanding amendments to the Maintenance Act, which has been stalled for nearly a decade, and if not, what steps are being taken to prioritize and fund these amendments, given the severe hardship this delay continues to impose on women and children who depend on the maintenance system? Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC. The ANC? No question. The Honourable Minister?
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Good evening, members. Compliments of the new season. Just to go quickly, I'll clap the FF Plus together with the BOSA questions in relation to NPA. As you look at the appropriation adjustment, there isn't additional for NPA. However, we have requested funds through the CARA funding for NPA, especially the Section 38 appointments. So those will continue. In relation to the salary bracket of the NPA in terms of the Act, together with SIU, are within the same bracket. So I'm not so sure what is the alarm about, Honorable Member. Please look at the NPA Act. And also the SIU, it's within the appointment in terms of judges. So that will be within the catered amount. And also it's not within the current adjustments. In relation to Rise Mzansi as well, the question doesn't relate to the adjustment of the budget, but safe to say there are efforts working together with correctional services to ensure that the work that needs to be done through the committees, as I presented to the Correctional Services Committee, in the processes of how those matters can be dealt with will be. In relation to Al-Jama, the Maintenance Act amendment does not need a new adjustment. Budgets can be catered within the budget, but work has been done in terms of the research that needs to be done. Currently, in terms of the efforts, there are more efforts, and we are actually, in terms of operations, being able to respond to the challenges that are needed to be responded to in terms of maintenance. And I must say, upfront, Honorable, the member is, EFF member is disturbing. If I may say, Chair, in terms of currently, I must urge members, as they are in their constituencies, there are many women who apply for maintenance and therefore then get discouraged. So the department is sitting with a lot of money in various provinces that are not claimed and would want to finalize the distribution and change in terms of how maintenance monies are paid directly to the accounts of the individuals and not of the department.
Thank you,
very
Honourable
much.
Minister. Honourable members, I now put vote 26. There's no request for questions, as well as vote 27, the Office of the Chief Justice. There's no request. I put vote number 28, police. I recognize the DA.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Looking at the South African Police Service's latest reports, it is deeply troubling to see that irregular expenditure has risen sharply, forensic backlogs have worsened, and SAPS performance information remains unreliable. Most alarming is the complete failure of the forensic science laboratories to meet any performance targets, directly undermining criminal investigations, prosecutions, and justice for victims, particularly survivors of gender-based violence. Without effective and efficient DNA testing, crimes go unsolved. At this critical juncture for our criminal justice system, can you elaborate on what specific time-bound interventions will you implement within the next 6 months to eliminate forensic and DNA backlogs, restore the credibility and reliability of SAPS performance reporting, and hold senior managers personally accountable for irregular expenditure and the collapse of the forensic services? Thank you.
Thank you. Action SA.
Thank you, House Chair. Vote 28 reflects a substantial increase in expenditure for the SAPS, yet South Africans continue to experience rising violent crime, weak detection rates, and a growing crisis of confidence in the police. At the same time, the SAPS is facing sustained instability at leadership level, with the ongoing ad hoc committee and Madlanga Commission looking at serious allegations affecting the integrity of the SAPS. How does this budget ensure that public funds allocated to SAPS translate into improved policing outcomes and restored public trust? What specific measures are in place to prevent governance failures and institutional instability from undermining the effectiveness of the SAPS? Thank you.
Price Mzansi.
Thanks. So SAPS has indicated that the detectives do not prioritize any types of crimes over the other. Minister, given that the resources of SAPS are limited, how will you ensure that the resources that are allocated to the detectives are best allocated to solve and prevent serious violent crime instead of them being spent on petty crimes? Thank you.
Bosa.
Thank you. Fewer than 16% of SAPS members are detectives, and the adjustments bill allocates 556 million to administration, but nothing to investigative capacity. Does the minister accept that without detectives, cases remain unsolved, law enforcement remains unresponsive to the needs of victims, and ultimately citizens lose faith in the justice system?
Al-Jama.
Given that the police budget makes provision for substantial funding towards law enforcement, and noting that South Africa signed the Apartheid Convention in June, does the South African Police Service have the necessary resources, capacity, and political will to investigate and prosecute crimes of apartheid in accordance with the convention? And if not, what steps are being taken to ensure compliance with South Africa's international obligations?
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, the adjustment appropriation for vote 28 reflects in a year prioritization to support operational needs of the South African Police Service. How will this adjustment strengthen visible policing and detective services, particularly in high crime areas like the Western Cape and Gqeberha, while ensuring that resources are used efficiently? Thank you very much.
The Honorable Minister, the Deputy Minister is going to reply to the questions.
Thank you very much, House Chair. In terms of the forensic labs that have been raised by the member, for this financial year, we'll be continuing with one at KwaZulu-Natal and the other one in Mpumalanga laboratory in Mpumalanga. And then for the others, which the remaining will be for, we'll try within what we have to see whether we cannot able to also make sure that they have one. In terms of dealing with instability, we are this year in the 2025-26 continuing to enroll police of about 5,500 so that we can put more boots on the ground and be able to deal with instability, but also to deal with policing, as one have asked. In terms of the detectives, we have shifted some money to be able to employ also detectives who have left, and we have given a report that some of them, more than 200, have re-enlisted so that we are able to deal with the detectives and not necessarily prioritize cases in terms of who is who. And also the other issues that the ones that have just been passed out last year, some of them were trained to actually join the services. The other thing that we're going to do in terms of improving the services is to make sure that we deal with technology in terms of the implementation of body-worn cameras, vehicle dashboard cameras, procurement of additional drones, technology of forensic services, CCTV street surveillance rollout at Inanda, Ntuzuma, and Kwamashu areas within KwaZulu-Natal, as well as renewal enhancement current information system. And also, SAPS will be donating 1 million to South African Police Service Education Trust during 25-26 financial year for those officers that have died on duty, so that they are able to go.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Your time is now expired.
Thank you very
Honorable
much.
members, I'm proceeding to vote number 29, agriculture. There's a request from the Democratic Alliance to ask a question.
Thank you. The DA notes significant progress by the department in strengthening South Africa's agricultural resilience and trade position. Targets for plant and animal pest surveillance have been completed, including the critical foot and mouth disease survey, alongside the proactive procurement of FMD vaccines. The department's additional expenditure of 322.7 million compared to last year is justified, with a substantial portion directed at vaccine procurement and the establishment of a mid-scale FMD vaccine facility, an essential investment in biosecurity and long-term food security. We also welcome the additional 336.7 million allocated to the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program to reconstruct and rehabilitate infrastructure damaged by disasters in 2024 and 25. Under Minister Steenhuisen's leadership, South Africa has secured historic trade milestones, opening new markets in China, Vietnam, Japan, Iran, and across Asia in fruit, red meat, maize, and grapes. These interventions strengthen farmers, growth, exports, and protect jobs. Thank you.
The FF Plus.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, we would like to know if the Minister could indicate whether he adjusted the budget for the substantial expenses regarding to foot and mouth disease and whether he is confident that it will be sufficient. I thank you.
The ANC. Order, honorable members.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I would like to follow up on the issue of the foot and mouth diseases. I want to check if the minister is ready for the foot and mouth disease and if they have indeed adjusted the budget, and whether they also have the vaccines as we speak now, having the difficulty and the challenge of the foot and mouth disease. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. The honorable minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Thank you very much to the honourable members for the questions. To the honourable member from the Freedom Front Plus, yes, you would have noticed there's been a significant adjustment in this budget to deal with the scourge of foot and mouth disease that has broken out across South Africa. Yes, it is true we're required to import vaccines because South Africa lost its ability to produce vaccines around 20 years ago and has never regained it. And as the Honourable Smith has pointed out, that we've invested a significant amount of money together with the ARC into a mid-scale facility that will ensure local production of vaccine that will go into full operation in the first quarter of 2027. But from next month, we'll start providing local vaccines in South Africa that will support the streams of vaccines that we have now opened. And I will be briefing the nation tomorrow on those vaccines, where they are and where they're coming. Yes, we do currently have vaccines. They are obviously in short supply. We have orders in to have over 1 million vaccines delivered this month. We vaccinated over 1 million cattle in the last 2 months of last year. And our intention is, as I've already announced, to wage war against FMD by moving towards a vaccination to live strategy, which would see a vaccination of the entire national herd. So the Honourable Chairperson asked me what our approach is. Our approach is to wage war on FMD in the feedlots, in the dairies, and in the communal areas. And it is a fight that we will win because we are following the same route that our compatriots and counterparts in BRICS countries like Brazil, and others have followed. And that is the roadmap that we're moving towards. And for the first time ever, South Africa now has a clear pathway towards FMD-free status without vaccination. It's going to be a journey, but that journey has now begun.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Your time has expired. I now put vote number 30, Communications and Digital Technologies, the DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister Malati has made bold reforms to transform DCDT into a driver of jobs, connectivity, and opportunity for all South Africans. The policy direction regarding equity equivalent programs has been widely welcomed. We share the sentiments of President Ramaphosa, who asserts that this is a legal process not limited to one company, which is a mischievous and misleading gossip which we reject. There are numerous local and international companies offering low orbit satellite eager to invest in South Africa. The DA endorses this as it aligns with the agreed priorities of the Government of National Unity as outlined in the medium-term development plan. What we can say is that the ANC must speak to the ANC or at least take guidance from ANC President Mr. Ramaphosa.
The ANC. Is there a question from the ANC? It's none. The Honorable Minister.
Thanks very much, House Chair, and to the Honorable Member for that declaration. I think what's important, particularly around this debate on the equity equivalence, which has been created into another debate on a scarecrow argument about what it isn't. The reality is that the Government of National Unity in the 7th administration outlined the areas for regulatory reform that it seeks to pursue across all departments, and every department had to identify scopes in order to bring that alignment. One area that we have identified is that when you look in terms of the applicability of equity equivalence in the ICT sector, in order to make it uniform, we need to make sure that there are alignments where currently there aren't. And members would know that each and every sector has what are called sector codes. Those sector codes are approved by the Department of Trade and Industry. And in the case of the ICT sector codes, the provision for entering to invest in South Africa is through those two alternative ways, either through the 30% local ownership or the equity equivalent instrument. The focus is where we need to find the solutions that will help bridge the divide for digital connectivity in the country in order to catch up with all the technological advances that are being made. It should be less about where the solution comes from, but ensuring that the entry to where those solutions come from is done in a fair manner. It is consistent with the country's rules, which is what we have articulated in terms of the policy direction, and making sure that we are on par with each and every leader in this area of digitization and connectivity, so that the 23 million South Africans who are currently outside of the borders of broadband connectivity can be connected and enjoy the very same benefits that we as members do by being fully connected. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. I put vote number 31, Employment and Labor. There's request for questions. The DA.
Bearing in mind that unemployment is now said to be over 40%, and the youth have very little hope of finding a job without specific skills and qualifications, we still hear from government about greater enforcement of regulations and the tightening of the labor law red tape. We still hear the old refrain about higher wages, more onerous compliance structures, and unfortunate harsh requirements from our bargaining councils and labor inspectors. The world fully understands that deregulation, especially with small business, is the way to go. When is the Department of Labor going to understand the need to completely uncouple small businesses from the bargaining councils? And on another issue, the Honorable Mantash said the youth of South Africa are lazy. What is that?
MK.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo, umkhonto wesizwe awulizoliseka leli voti lika Employment and Labor. Ngoba kuyofana nokuthifela abantu bakithi ebusweni uma siliseka leli voti lezokwakhiwa kwemisebenzi. Abantu bakithi abangaphezulu kwa 31.9% bahleze emakhaya abanamsebenzi. Abanye sebelahlile ngisho ithemba lokufuna imisebenzi. Ingakho noMantashe sabantu balezi abafuna umsebenzi. Intsha yezwe lakithi engaphezulu kwa 5.8% ihleze emakhaya enamsebenzi. Sekungenelela nabantu abaneziqu zezikole zemfundo ephakeme abangakwazi ukuthola imisebenzi. Kunaloko ingene ishiye ebugebengwini nasey'dakamizweni. Lo hulumeni wombimbi lika-ANC ne-DA ulibulele izwe lakithi kanye nekusasa labantu abasha bakuleli. Umkhonto wesizwe uzothi uma ungena emandleni bese ulibeke eqhulwini udaba lokwakhiwa kwemisebenzi ukwakhiwa kwamathuba emisebenzi ukuze kuzokhula umnotho wesizwe. Abantu bakithi kumele bakhumbule njengoba kuyokhethweni ukuthi bavotele umkhonto wesizwe oyilona themba lokugcina ngci labantu base-South Africa. Ngiyabonga.
The EFF.
Chair, the exploitation of workers is pervasive in this country, specifically in the agriculture and hospitality sector. Workers rely on this department to free them from the shackles of the modern day slavery norm. Minister, given that the Inspection and Enforcement Unit is mandated to protect vulnerable workers and ensure compliance with labor legislation, why has the department not prioritized sufficient budgetary allocations to this unit to enable the filling of critical vacant posts across the country? Thank you, Chair.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the question is to do an assessment in terms of the budget impact on the programs of the department. Are the adjustment in inspection and enforcement, public employment services, and labor policy and industrial relations strategically aligned with the mandate of reducing unemployment and advancing regulatory compliance, public employment, and social dialogue? Thank you, House Chair.
The Honorable Minister. The Honorable Minister of Employment and Labour.
Thank you, House Chair. Thank you to the members for the questions. Department of Employment and Labour's budget has been adjusted for the 2 outer years in line with the projected inflation to preserve the real value of the baseline and to ensure fiscal sustainability over the medium term. It should be noted, however, that the department's mandate, particularly employment, labor market regulation, through policy and its enforcement and inspection, necessitates an increase in real terms to adequately respond to prevailing socio-economic challenges. While the inflationary adjustment maintains baseline stability, it limits the department's ability to expand programs at the scale required to fully meet its employment mandate. The additional 106 million has been allocated to NEDLEC towards the national dialogue spearheaded by NEDLEC, which significantly strengthens the capacity for meaningful social dialogue and inclusive engagement among social partners. The issue of the enforcement and compliance and the issue of the national minimum wage, which is raised by honorable member from the DA, is a matter that we've been engaging with because it is very important that we inspect and enforce the laws of the Republic to ensure that the employers comply. As you all know, that because of our Bill of Rights in the Constitution, because of our Labor Relations Act, and all other legislation pieces of this country, there is a need for compliance. It does not affect the issue of employment negatively. Instead, it creates an environment where those who are non-compliant in terms of appointing or employing those who are not from South Africa and are not documented, and as such are not supposed to be in South Africa.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Your time is now expired.
We create
I move
opportunity
to.
for South Africans. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm now going to vote 32 Forestry, Fisheries and Environments. Questions from the following parties, the DA.
Chairperson, given that the adjustment budget before the House today is the first departmental budget under the Minister's leadership, what core themes and projects will the Minister prioritize during his term, and how will he apply this adjusted budget to achieve these? Thank you.
The Patriotic Alliance.
Thank you, Chair. If the Minister can please detail how much of this adjustment is allocated to frontline enforcement, such as rangers, inspectors, and surveillance capacity, and by when illegal harvesting and poaching statistics are expected to show a measurable decline. Thank you.
The ANC.
Noting the storage-related challenges exacerbated by the growing illegal dumping and burning of tires, which has environmental and health complications, how is the 1.3 million rolled over towards interest and rent on land for storage space for used tires going to accommodate the increasing number of tire waste generated on a daily basis? And what conscious recycling mechanism are you putting in place and funding through this allocation? I thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment continues its work to restore harmony between people and the natural world. It's the task of DFFE to find a balance between creating jobs and growing the economy on the one hand, as well as protecting our environment. As Chairperson, it's simply not true that we cannot achieve both. As Minister, to answer the questions, I will prioritize our fishing communities. They need support. It is simply not acceptable that somebody living and have been born at the ocean cannot utilize that to him and his family's advantage. It is not right that somebody living in Lambert's Bay have to get a fishing quota from somebody living in Soweto or Boksburg. We will change that. We will increase our efforts to address the issue of climate change through implementing proper mitigation as well as adaptation programs. Anyone who believes that climate change is not real must just go and have a look at the veld fires that we just had. They must go and have a look at the flooding that people in the eastern and northern parts of this country is currently facing. Just last week, I had a meeting with the management team of Kruger National Park, and I was so proud to see how they are preparing proactively to combat this. House Chairperson, there will be money that will go towards anti-poaching and the fighting of environmental crimes. We must make that a priority. We are seeing how our coastlines are being stripped and how our natural resources are being raped in this country with regards to stealing of that. We need to fight that. Fiscal discipline will be a priority in my department as well. With regards to the shifting of money, there has been 4 million rand that has been received with regards to fines that will go directly towards fighting environmental crimes. And the whole issue with regards to abalone poaching will also be dealt with.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you.
Your time has expired. I now put vote 33 human settlements, the Patriotic Alliance.
Thank you, Chair. If the Minister can please explain in the adjustment, what changes have been made to funding for title deed restoration and issuance? How many title deeds will now not be delivered as a result? And how do you justify these adjustments when millions of households still do not have legal ownership of their homes? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. How will the additional allocation of 313.3 million to replenish the emergency housing grant in the adjustments appropriation bill will be prioritized and monitored to ensure that it delivers timelessly, transparent and equitable emergency housing relief to communities affected by disasters, particularly in provinces with a persistent informal settlement vulnerabilities. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair, and Happy New Year to honourable members. We have received the appropriation in relation to emergency, which relates to disaster one, but emergency settlements as well. As we are currently speaking, we're on the ground on the floods that have just taken place in Limpopo, coupled with the fires in the Western Cape in Danone. So the assistance will come a great deal it is not actually sufficient. We currently are sitting as the Department of Human Settlement with 4,075 informal settlements. Therefore, that suggests that the process of reblocking, of relocation, and a placement of our community members who are in the flood-lying areas, who are also affected by the disasters. In relation to title deeds, well, the appropriation doesn't relate to that, but I can comfortably say to the honorable member that we have upped the game in relation to assisting as national, all the provincial departments and municipalities in particular, to ensure that they are able to apply and pay on behalf of our deserving community members to receive title deeds. In the past calendar year, December to January this year, we have allocated already close to 3,000 title deeds which have well been paid off. We are estimating that we'll be able to hand over fully to ownership houses in Kwakwa, in Putadichaba, in Garankua, in Mabopane. We're working tirelessly with the MEC of Gauteng to try and look into a Guruleni embankment. So we do believe that we'll bring back dignity to our people in terms of ownership of the houses that they so deserve. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, we proceed to vote 34. There's a request for questions from the Democratic Alliance. The DA.
It's what's missing from this budget that exercises us. We eagerly anticipate the new cadastral system, but could its rollout be any slower? We hope after all this it's worth the wait. Until it's proven to be working, there's little chance of any big new investments. We're simply not replacing old mines fast enough with new ones. That's because many miners consider us to be uninvestable. And that's not just because of the cadastral system. The urgent need is for better management of the department. So the question to the Minister, is there anything in this budget that demonstrates that you're going to take steps to ensure the regional offices speed up licensing, clear permitting blockages, and end corruption in the licensing process?
The EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. There's a budget shortfall to deal or to close or rehabilitate old mines. These old mines are often used for illegal mining, run by violent illegal mining syndicates. There are over 6,000 abandoned old mines. What other alternative is the Minister pursuing to make up for the budget shortfall? Thank you very much.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, taking into account
Honourable member, can you just speak into the microphone so that the Minister can hear? You may sit down if it's more
Okay.
comfortable for you.
Honorable Minister, taking into account the proposed adjustment appropriation bill allocation for vote 34, which makes considerations for rollovers and transfers to different programs and initiatives, notably absent are direct allocations for beneficiation programs or transformation initiatives. How does this adjustment budget enable the department to drive mineral beneficiation, support emerging, mostly historically disadvantaged participants in the sector, and advance transformation objectives outlined in the Medium-Term Development Plan and the National Development Plan 2030, particularly given the sector's role in industrialization, GDP contribution, and job creation potential? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister of Mineral and Petroleum Resources.
Yes. I want you to see me. Honorable Rema, the cadastral system is being rolled out. Yesterday, we had a meeting with the department. I made clear to them that you can't stop at Western Cape, test it in the Western Cape. You have to take other two regions so that we can see that it is working. But the reality of the matter is that the cadastral system is being operationalized. The problem of regional offices will work together to resolve them. It's another issue that I raised yesterday, that our regional offices are not as enthusiastic as we are about the work of the department. As long as that is the case, and they make money in ways that are not conventional, we're going to have problems. Old mines, what people must remember is that old mines are not covered by any law. The rehabilitation law was passed after 1994, and that's why there are 6,100 old mines that are not covered by rehabilitation. That is the concurrent rehabilitation. Those are ownerless and derelict mines. We are working systematically on them. We're reducing the number. We're working on the number. But what we are not going to do is to pretend as if there's enough money to just do rehabilitation, because the apartheid laws didn't provide for rehabilitation. Rollover. The rollover that is in the budget, honorable member, is on the late delivery of laptops. They have been delivered now, they have been paid for, but unfortunately they've been paid in the current financial year, though the budget was in the previous financial year. That is the rollover that we're talking about.
Thank you, Honourable
addition to that,
Minister. Honourable Minister, your time is now expired. Thank you very much.
thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I now put vote 35, Science and Innovation. There's a request from the FF Plus for a question. The FF Plus.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Chair. I would like to ask the Minister, what does he have in mind with space development, which emerged since the original budget? Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Given the critical role of research and development in generating solutions to national challenges, Honourable Minister, what are the specific plans in place for Vote 35, Science, Technology and Innovation, to enhance overall funding for strategic R&D platforms, considering that the Adjustment Appropriation Bill includes a net reduction for the Research, Development and Support main division, specifically cutting from strategic science platforms for research and development? And Honorable House Chair, I would like to also congratulate matric class of 2025, in particular, Luyanda Ndlozi from my former high school, for being the top national and provincial achiever for Quintile 1. Thank you.
The EFF.
No, thank you very much, Minister. Minister, when we look at the technical report of the DG of the National Senior Certificate results, we get to see that even at basic education level, there seems to be a decline in terms of the STEM subjects that deal with science and innovation. And we keep celebrating this, celebrating 30%, celebrating 40%, but there doesn't seem to be any work that is moving towards developing our young people to contribute to the sciences so that we can be able to grow and build our economy. So what can that ministry do, working together with basic education and to a certain extent higher education, to ensure that we close that gap of the STEM subjects when it relates to education? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much for the questions. Chair, let me start with the very last one, where you look at the collaboration that we are having with the Department of Basic Education. And we are all worried about the results when the matric results came out to say only 34% of our learners are taking up pure maths. And also the percentage is a little bit low when we look at 64 vis-a-vis the performance of other subjects. It's one area that we are looking at, a lot of collaborations that we are having with the Department of Basic Education, and we're still going to work on it as to say, how do we open up the pipeline for more of our students, our learners to take up STEM subject, as we know that it's one of the important subjects to take STEM for better future of our country. But also let me touch on the question from the FF Plus, where he says, what are our plans when it comes to the space capacity that we have as a country? It's one area really where we're investing quite a lot as the department. As you can see, even when you look at the budget, the rollover was from that space, because we are looking at making sure that when it comes to space infrastructure hub that we are engaging on, it's one of the areas, critical areas, where we are saying we're even open up the sciences when it comes to our communities and environment and the space capacity and capabilities that we have as a country. We are investing quite a lot as the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. Lastly, looking at the strategic science platform that has been raised and also the issue of R&D. Yes, when we look at the reports that we have issued and given out that are in the public space, we are also worried about the level of investment in our country when it comes to the area of R&D. And we strongly believe that there is no country that will ever grow economically when it comes to skills without investing on research and development. And we
Thank
are
you,
engaging.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Your time has expired.
Thank you
I
very
now-
much.
Thank you. I put vote 36, small business development. There's a request from MK.
MK has no declaration, Speaker.
Thank you, Acting Chief Whip. Bosa.
Thank you. To the Minister, in the 2024-25 financial year, 39.2 million went unspent in small business support. The absence of an adjustment to specifically address this reflects a tolerance of delivery failure. How does the Minister justify this when data shows that small businesses in South Africa are underfunded?
The ANC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. To the Minister, with respect to the reported 408 million environment in expenditure, can the department clarify how this environment aligns with the department's planning and projections, and how has the environment impacted the achievement of key performance targets for MSMEs support and job creation? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister. The Honorable Minister of Small Business Development. I'm informed the Honorable Minister is online. The Honorable Minister of Small Business Development. Honorable members, the same applies that we will come back to this vote. Honorable members, there's on vote 37, Sports, Arts and Culture, there's no request for a question. We'll thus proceed to vote 39 because there is no adjustment in vote 38. Vote 39 is Trade, Industry and Competition. I recognize the DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. And first, I'd like to welcome the Deputy Minister to this House in her new role. The department actually had very few adjustments in this budget, but I do want to draw attention to one item that should have been included, which is the non-payment of 663 million rand from the Film and Incentive Program, which has resulted in the near collapse of an industry, an entire industry, which has been looking to get answers from the department for over a year. And I'd like to ask the Deputy Minister what action she is able to take to look into this matter and ask the department to make the adjustments that are necessary to save this industry and save thousands of jobs, most of which are actually in this province. Thank you.
The ACDP.
Thank you. Thank you, House Chair. House Chair and Minister, economists argue and the ACDP agrees that the role of government is to create a climate conducive for business to operate. And one of the key mandates of GTIC is to drive an increased industrialization in South Africa. However, the failure to drive an increased industrialization is seen in the decline of our manufacturing sector, whose contribution to GDP has declined from 20% in 1960 to around 12.8% in 2024-25 financial year. Additionally, employment in the sector has dropped significantly since 2001. Now, the Center for Development and Enterprise argue that the DTIC's policies have been more harmful than helpful to the sector's competitiveness. And the ACDP has proposed the implementation of policies based on the Singaporean model MPH model of meritocracy, pragmatism, and honesty. Now, Minister, can you inform the House and the nation at large as to what policy changes and initiatives, if any, you and your department plan to execute in order to meaningfully drive industrialization and reduce unemployment in South Africa? Thank you.
The next question will be asked by Bosa.
We won't be asking a question, Chair.
Yeah, I've just also been informed that your time is actually expired.
This is why.
Thank you very much. The EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Can the department provide an update as to whether there are any continued trade relations in terms of arms between South Africa and Israel? And if so, what are the details in this regard? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Just want to ask the Minister about the variant from the core of the department to the non-core, in light of the fact that we are on the verge of launching our industrial policy as the country. How will this variant impact? Because we are seeing quite a number of strategic firms closing down and the number of jobs are not looking good. I wanted to ask whether or not this question is strategic for us to move from the core to the non-core in the organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've been informed the Honourable Deputy Minister will respond to the questions that has been asked. The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Yes, thank you, House Chair. And good afternoon, everybody. So the first question from the Honourable Chance, which relates to the film incentive budget. And House Chair, it is unfortunate that it has to come to protest action. I believe that the film industry is protesting later this month. And, you know, it's an industry that contributes valuably to our economy and to job creation. And it's my understanding that this problem dates back to 2019, where there was an incentives approved far beyond the limits of what the budget was. And then this was compounded by COVID-19 and lockdown, which saw many of the projects, you know, shut down. And DTIC gave multiple extensions, but, you know, the sector just struggled to recover. And then there was a delay in corrective action where DTIC only then stopped approving new incentives with the new administration now in 2024. But by this time, there was a substantial backlog which had accumulated. And just as an example, I mean, the current budget for 2025-2026 is about 522 million against an approved commitments of over 1 billion. So this has created a problem. It is something that the department and the minister is seized with. It is on the agenda to discuss, and there is engagements with National Treasury in this regard. But at the end of the day, House Chair, the film industry complied with all of DTIC's processes, and they were afforded these grants, and yet it then came to a matter of governance and poor financial oversight, which has led to this crisis. And just currently, there are about 67 projects that are currently in the pipeline, projects that want to go on, yet there's...
Honourable Deputy Minister, your time has expired. Thank you very much. Honourable members, we are now at vote number 40, transport. There's a question from the ANC.
With the aging road infrastructure and increasing maintenance cost due to obviously inflation, increased traffic volumes, not to mention the additions required for more funds to deal with the backlog towards rehabilitation and emergency repairs. We just want to check, is there a plan to attract or source funding, and most importantly, to implement and meet budgetary requirements? As we can see on the appropriation budget, there is a 4.4 million on the declared unspent funds and projected underspending.
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you for the question. I think we need to start with an understanding that road development and road maintenance is the responsibility of national government, provincial government, and local government. The national government conducts oversight over the conditional grants that are given to provinces to deal with road development and road maintenance. And one of our areas of concern is the fact that historically there has been underspending on this conditional grant, while at the same time, as we all know, some of our provincial roads are not in a good condition. The department has, over the last year, redeveloped our engineering capacity in our roads branch so that we can conduct effective oversight over provincial governments in the spending of the conditional grant. And we have also, at the last MINMEC of last year, introduced standards for road development and road maintenance. So as we conduct oversight, we can assess whether the road maintenance is being carried out to a suitable standard. We believe that this will improve the efficiency of spending. We've also formed a working group with SALGA, and the purpose of that working group is to identify municipalities that are struggling to spend the municipal infrastructure grant for road maintenance and to assist them where possible. Of course, there is a broader process of re-evaluating the entire budgets for local government, and I'm sure through that process, SALGA will probably lobby for additional money for municipalities. Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. We proceed to vote 41. There's a request for questions from the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. On vote 41, the adjusted budget shows a 3.296 billion rand reduction, not because needs have fallen, but because funds went unspent. This relates to delays on the raw water component of the Umkomazi water project, now only expected to start construction in March 2026, years late. This is not a saving. It is the cost of weak execution, delayed delivery, and rising costs. Wait for water security. And that lesson, colleagues, goes beyond this vote. Good fiscal management is not about budgets on paper. It is about spending well, on time, and for value. When planning is credible and delivery is disciplined, every rand becomes services, infrastructure, and dignity for South Africans. And that, colleagues, is how we improve the lives for all South Africans. Thank you.
MK.
South Africa is in a deep water crisis caused by collapsing infrastructure, failing wastewater treatment plants, and dams that are not being built. Yet this House is being asked to accept that 3.3 billion rands must now be returned because the Umkomazi Dam cannot be delivered on time. Not because people do not need water, but because the state has failed to do its job. Instead of taking responsibility, the ANC and its partners in the GNU shift the blame to the people. Just as Gwede Mantashe told jobless youth not to blame government for unemployment, because according to the ANC, government does not create jobs. So now it seems if your taps are dry and sewage runs in your streets, that too is somehow your fault. If there is one reason no South African should ever vote for this GNU parties, all of them, it is that they can send billions back while our people go thirsty. And the MK party will not be part of that deception, because we stand for water, we stand for accountability, and we stand for the people. You see the Minister of Water behaving like a clown at the ANC rally over the weekend, while our country is suffering with a water crisis. It's a damn shame.
Action SA.
Having access to sufficient and safe water is a constitutional right, yet millions of South Africans continue to experience prolonged water outages, failing infrastructure, and in some cases, no access to clean drinking water at all due to catastrophic water wastage. Despite sustained allocations to bulk infrastructure, water service grants, and transfers to municipalities and water entities, service delivery continues to deteriorate, particularly in rural communities and smaller towns, as we have recently seen in the Polokwane municipality, where hundreds of residents in Seshego were admitted to hospitals due to water contamination. Honorable Minister, how does this budget address the immediate crisis of water shortages and unsafe water supply, and what interventions in Vote 41 will ensure allocations translate into reliable access to clean water rather than continued spending without tangible improvements on the ground?
Thank you. I see the end of the Honorable Kwankwa on the virtual platform.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Minister, there are credible reports that raw sewage from failing wastewater infrastructure is contaminating local water sources and posing a serious public health risk for residents of Buffalo City Metro. Investigations and community complaints indicate that many of the municipalities' wastewater treatment plants are vandalized, underperforming, or non-functional, and sewage is flowing uncontrolled into the rivers, including the Buffalo River. Abantu baphayana nakwenye indawo ezininzi basela amanzi anetuwa, basela amanzi anelindle kuba kaloku infrastructure ngexesha elithi ayizange ilungiswe, ayizange ihoyeke. Sifuna ukuqonda ke ngokuba urhulumente nedepartment ubhebhi wamanzi into abazawuyenza uqiniseka ukuthi qala bayilungisa laa nto, kodwa baqiniseka ukuthi abantu eMzantsi Afrika uwonke basela amanzi akwazi ukuseleka kwimeko ukuthi angaselwa ngabantu, hayi imeko esetyenziswa zizilwanyana. Enkosi.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC. Is there a question from the ANC? None. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Compliments to all members. I'm not going to respond to the clown called Ready Acting 24-hour Chief Whip. On Honourable Moore, it is not true that we have not planned properly. As you know, fortunately, you've been in water, that there are certain processes that are to be followed when a dam is about to be constructed. And we did not get adjustment. Instead, the only substantial change is that they've moved some of the BFI allocation for Nkomazi from this year to next year. We have not sent back any billions, and there is a process that is about to be completed in terms of that detailed design. I concur with you, UDM, Honorable Kwankwa, that the municipal infrastructure, as we reported several times here, that it is decaying and it needs attention. There are turnaround plans that we have received from various municipalities on how they attend to their infrastructure. I must also point out that the sewer lines, in terms of municipal water and infrastructure, they are very close to the potable pipelines, which we have observed, and we are engaging municipality on that. Bosa, the water wastage is true because of the leaks. There is a lot of water wastage. There isn't that much of a demand for bulk water supply on the areas that you have alluded to. The issue of water crisis, the bulk is still there. However, it doesn't matter how much bulk can we supply, but as long as there are water leaks, that might not assist in ensuring that there is running water when it comes to reticulation. The challenge
Honourable
here
Minister, your time is now expired. Thank you very much. Honourable members, we now proceed to Vote 42, Land Reform and Rural Development. There's questions from MK. Order, honorable members.
The so-called GNU has conspired against the landless majority of our people. We are sitting here with over 70% of the land in the hands of the white settler colonialists. Now the so-called GNU is committed to expropriating the mineral wealth of our people without compensation, as the Minister Mantashe has said, taking from the people, giving to the Stellenbosch mafia. The fact that this so-called GNU does not care for land return is indicated in the shocking small budget allocation of 16 billion. Compare that to the police services budget of over 100 billion. Only 16 billion for land, which it must share with rural development. Ntate Ramaphosa doesn't care for our people. It's time to go, say, Mr. Palapala Fuluga.
Honorable member, the time of EFF, of MK is now being depleted. The FF plus.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I would like to know from the Minister if rural development can lose another 258 million, and is it still a viable mandate for this department after losing the amount? I thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, the Adjustment Appropriation Bill for Vote 42, Land Reform and Rural Development reflects variaments within and between programs, particular land restitution and rural development that are sustainable higher than 20% and 34.9% respectively, which suggest weaknesses in budget planning process. How will the Minister tighten up the process to make it more clinical and ensure reprioritization that foregrounds land redistribution and rural infrastructure development as apex priorities in terms of resource allocations? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much.
My apologies, Honorable Minister. The EFF has indicated.
No, quick one, Chair. The most recent Lamusa report to Land Court suggests that it will take about 30 years to resolve the restitution claims lodged by 1998. And this is precisely because if you're not going to have a decisive land expropriation without compensation program, you're likely not even to meet the 30-year target. Now, Minister, we know the PAC to be an organization of land. But ingathi okwangena kule nto ye-GNU awusayithethi le nto yomhlaba, Minister, ithini into yakho? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Andanelanga nje uyithetha ngoku njengobana ndikade ndiyithetha njengani ngoku ndiyayenza. And I'm sure this also responds to Honorable. I'm sure this also responds to Honorable Mngxitama that Honorable Mngxitama government is committed in returning the land to its rightful owners. And it is not the other way around. Honorable Boshoff, rural development priorities are being recalibrated in response to the constrained fiscal environment. The reduced budget necessitates a shift away from expansionary commitments towards a focused, impact-driven approach. Accordingly, the department will meet its rural development objectives through the reprioritization of programs, improved targeting of resources to areas of greatest need, strengthened intergovernmental coordination, and partnerships with other spheres of government and development agencies. Honorable Ndalane, the challenges affecting the rural infrastructure pipeline across traditional, communal, land reform and restitution areas stem primarily from a sustained erosion of internal delivery capacity. This decline intensified in the period following the COVID-19 pandemic and was compounded by the expenditure containment measures, prolonged appointment moratoria, and organizational disruptions arising from unbundling of the former DALRAT and the implementation of the NMOC processes. These factors weakened critical technical and project management capacity, particularly within provincial infrastructure units, constraining the department's ability to plan, sequence, and implement projects effectively. This occurred against a backdrop of a year-on-year budget reductions over the past 3-year administrative cycles, while rural infrastructure input costs escalated substantially, further undermining delivery performance. In response, the department is prioritizing the rebuilding of internal capacity through the filling of critical posts, the stabilization of provincial technical units, and the restoration of end-to-end infrastructure
Honourable
planning
Minister,
and
your time
delivery
has now
functions.
expired. Thank you very much. Honourable members, we will now return to the two votes that we could not get a response on from the relevant member of the executive.
EFF is amukeza.
And I am going to allow those parties who made those interventions and questions, because it's not only for the sake of the minister could have been briefed afterwards, but for the sake of all members to hear what those questions were and for the minister then to reply. It's vote 17, higher education, MK. Vote 17, MK, do you wish to repeat the question or do you want it to stand over?
Okay. Honorable Chair, the crisis in higher education and training is a daily struggle for students, characterized by NSFAS delays, unpaid allowances, hunger, accommodation shortages, and deteriorating TVET infrastructure. The GNU budget fails to address these issues, promoting austerity while students face exclusion and debt. The TVET colleges, vital for producing artisans and entrepreneurs, remain underfunded and undervalued. The allocation of 48.7 billion for NSFAS and student support is inadequate for the 1.7 million enrolled students, leaving many unfunded and hungry. This budget prioritizes austerity over the future of the working class youth, neglecting the significant potential of TVET colleges. Forward with free, decolonized, and Afrocentric education. Amandla.
The EFF.
It seems the Minister Puti Manamela is already tired, Chair. So I see the former minister is here. If Puti no longer knows how to take his job seriously, perhaps we may have to ask her to come back. The question is simple, Chairperson or Minister. Can you assure the youth of South Africa, can you assure the learners who have passed their matric examinations that they are going to be absorbed in post-school education? And I repeat, when we speak about post-school education, we're not only speaking about universities, we're speaking about universities, TVET colleges, CETs, skills funds, CETAs, etc. By the department's own admission, when you tell us about the F10s available spaces you have for universities, for TVET, for CET, already you are telling us you are not going to be able to absorb each and every learner that passed matric. Now, what is the point of that celebration we're doing yesterday? What is the point of that act that the Minister of Basic Education was doing, celebrating, posting posters all over? If people are going to pass matric, but they are not going to be able to access post-secondary education, because it simply means after working so hard from grade 1 to grade 12 and accomplishing matric and having your family celebrate you, instead of going to school, instead of going to work, you are simply going back home to sit on your couch. Then what is the point of that celebration? So the question is simple, Minister. Are you going to absorb all of them? Not even one must be left outside. Can you assure the learners of this country? Can you assure the youth of this country? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
Once again, siyabonga mhlali ngaphambili. No, Minister, given the ongoing NSFAS funding shortfall, currently affecting about 140,000 students, what is the view of the Minister regarding the long-term fiscal sustainability of NSFAS financing, particularly regarding the future funding requirements and mechanisms to mitigate the historical student desk, as we of the view that education should not be commodified? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson, and I hope that you can now hear me. And my apologies for the technical glitch that happened earlier on. And starting with the NSFAS related issues. I must firstly say that we have worked around the clock in making sure that we put in place systems that will not only ensure that students are paid their allowances on time, and that universities are, front-loaded their grants on time. But we've also ensured that we, accredit all the students who have applied and do qualify for the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. And I think the NSFAS last week gave a report about the number of students who have already received confirmation of their applications, and also the number of students who need to, make applications. And I want to urge those students who have been declined, because most of them has been because of the inadequate supply of information, that they should appeal before the end of time. We have had a discussion at Cabinet, and Cabinet has given us permission to finalize a discussion document that will include options that has to focus on the sustainability of our of our National Student Financial Aid. And that discussion, its intention will be solely to ensure that we firstly maintain the principle of funding, those who are needy, but also ensuring that there's access, particularly in priority programs that we provide. So we believe that some of the reforms that we've put in place in the National Student Financial Aid Scheme will help us to mitigate and prevent against, over budgeting and over enrollment of students, which led to the to the budget that we needed, the surplus that happened last year, and we're hoping that we'll do everything in our powers to avoid it this year. We are also finalizing discussions with the Minister of Finance to make sure that all the students who qualify and who have applied for NSFAS, that those students are being covered. We are also aware that there is a huge success, and we celebrate and want to congratulate those students who passed their matric or grade 12 as announced yesterday. And that the majority of those students, will be accommodated in our public institutions, public universities, community colleges, TVET colleges. The overall number of spaces that are available, yes, for full-time equivalents or new students, yes, does not meet the number of students who passed yesterday, who were announced as passed yesterday, both from public and private schools. But we have
Honourable
other forms
Minister,
of...
your time has now expired.
Okay, all right.
Thank
Thank you.
We'll proceed to vote 36.
Point of order.
Small business development. Yes, Honourable Member.
I'm sorry to do this, Chair, and I think the minister did this deliberately, because when he was answering the first question, he just went around in circles until he was left with very minimal time to answer one simple question that we've asked. Is higher education going to be able to absorb all the learners who passed the matric? I think he's avoiding this question.
You see, as I indicated earlier, there's policy issues and there's adjustment issues in the budget that we're dealing with. I suggest you use the rules to submit an urgent parliamentary question to the minister so that he can reply to that. So that we
I would
can
also advise Honourable House Chair,
No,
the
Honourable Minister,
member,
I
to
haven't- I
read
have
the
not-
statement which he issued today. Thank
Honourable
you.
Minister, I've not recognized you. I now go to vote 36, small business development. The Honourable Member from MK who asked the question. Is the member here to repeat the question from? It was on small business development. Not available. Bausa, do you want to repeat your question to the Minister on small business development? Not. And the ANC. Small business development question.
Chair, I'm here. I can repeat if you'd like me to.
Yes, please. Please do so.
In the 2024-2025 financial year, 39.2 million allocated for small business support went unspent. Yet the adjustment appropriation bill makes no provision to correct, reallocate, or otherwise respond to this underspending. So how does the minister justify this inaction given the persistent evidence and data that small businesses are underfunded and remain central to employment creation?
The ANC.
Ke a leboha modulasetulo. With regard to the reported 408 million environment in expenditure, can the department clarify how this environment aligns with the department planning and projection, and how has the environment impacted the achievement of key performance targets for MSME support and job creation? Ke a leboha modulasetulo.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chairperson, and apologies for the glitches earlier. I don't know what went wrong with our mic. And thank you to the honourable members for the questions. Starting with the first question that was asked in relation to the 39 million that was not spent, probably to just explain that we were two contributors in that, the underspending on filling in of vacancies, and of course the other one was on the issue of product markets. What we are doing to address that is to make sure that we are improving on our planning, but also have filled in the vacancies because, as I said, about 14 million rands was on vacancies that were not filled. We are also remodeling the program that we call SAFE, or the Business Infrastructure Program. We have designed it in order to ensure that there's delivery of infrastructure for MSMEs on time, and of course within the allocated budget. Now, honourable members, the other question that is being asked is, what is it that we are doing in relation to the environments? How do we explain the 408 million rands that we have put on environment? This is a normal system or process that is acceptable to National Treasury. As in when you look at the plans, then you are able to shift funds. But in our case, we needed to correct certain things because some of the funds were previously recorded under the transfers, as some of the projects were undertaken through the entity. Now they were back to us, and then National Treasury advised us that they must be placed accordingly. So it's meant to ensure that we're compliant, but also one of the funds that we also sought environment approval for was when we needed to respond to the spaza shop crisis that was faced by the country, wherein we made a commitment of getting business regulatory officers to assist the municipalities.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Your time is now expired. Honourable members, that concludes the question and answer session on the votes. We shall now proceed to decide the votes and schedules. Honourable members, I now put vote number 1, the presidency. Are there any objections? EFF?
Thank you, House Chair. Please note the objection of the EFF who are calling for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes.